Little disclaimer. This is an incredibly long video of chess thoughts. I made this video mostly for myself to review my thought process and some coaching purposes maybe for one chess game versus a friend. If you're going to skip to any particular move, I highly recommend setting the video speed to 2 times speed so the permutations and commentary get on the screen faster during those times. Some moves alone have more than an hour, maybe even 2 hours in the most extreme circumstance of just commentary on those alone. So there you have it. Enjoy. All right, here begins a game versus Guy Phillips, a friend that's rated, well, let's just say he's on the other side of the 1000s. We started a daily game, and since I have the time, and because I thought it would be fun and interesting to kind of walk myself through it, I'm going to talk about the moves we're playing and my thoughts behind it, because it might be enlightening, possibly from a coaching standpoint too. All right, so I like to open the ready. Purpose of this is because I very often like to get into some type of a Queen's Gambit situation, and I think this method transposes to that the most easily and kind of gives me the best shot of focusing on that type of opening when I'm just kind of starting out here. So I open the ready. Guy Phillips will move d5, and this is I have to respond to that. I usually just mirror that, and this is how I get into my Queen's Gambit situation pretty quickly. Guy brings the bishop out here. I don't see this terribly often. I know it's super common, but again, just starting out, so I don't have a whole lot of games. Proceed with the plan of getting into the Queen's Gambit. Here, Guy Phillips will move e6, and I think I've only seen this position twice before. Both times I had moved knight to b3 here, and this is kind of like one of the most common setups I'll try going for. But a lot of times when black has pawns on these squares and gets into the semi-Slav, and this gets taken, I tend to see them take with the c pawn more often. So I thought here would be interesting if I took. That makes it more likely that he'll need to take with this e pawn, and that is a position I don't think I've seen yet. So that's exactly what I end up doing. I take that, he takes back, and so here is a relatively novel position for me. And I start looking at moves here. This is basically where the game is right now, and now I have to figure out where I'm going to move next. So one thing I noticed is that on the queen's side, he has more pawns than I do. And so I feel like if an attack is launched, like in this direction in the future, with all these pawns here, this could be, a bit strong for me. So maintaining control of the queen side is going to be important. I have control over dark squares here, so I'm definitely kind of fighting for dark square control as opposed to him fighting for light square, which makes sense. His king's on the light squares, my king's on the dark squares. And I want to find out what kind of move's going to solve the most problems and give me the most benefits. We're both not very developed yet, so developing pieces is important. He also has pieces to develop. He has a bishop out that's actually a bit further out in the field than my piece is. So I feel like it's unlikely he'll be developing another bishop because that rule, knights before bishops that I've heard before. But in any case, let me just start looking at moves that I first considered. So the first thing I thought of, and the move that I'm leaning towards playing, is e3. What this does is not only does it slightly increase my control of the dark squares, it also increases my control of the light squares and the queen side, which is going to be important later on if I get attacked on that side with his pawn majority. And at the moment, I'm just going to start looking at other moves. So this is a move I end up getting a lot, is knight to b3, although in this position, I'm not sure if I want to do that. Perhaps I want to go to b2 d2 at some point. Of course, I need to do something with this bishop or have a plan for that if I ever end up doing that. That's kind of nice to get a knight here. If I plan on keeping this knight here, it would be nice to guard it with something other than this pawn. I imagine this would get played, and if anything ever happened to this knight, it would be kind of ugly if I had to take with this pawn, especially since at this point, since this pawn's already gone, it's more likely I'm going to be castling kingside. So I have to be careful if I end up having this as a sole defender on that side. In some situations I want to defend it in more way than one. And again, if I move this pawn up, hey, the queen's looking at it, so if it does get taken, I can recapture the queen possibly, even reinforcing with this piece if I need to. He has a check here, coming down to check me, and this could also get played. You could check and I could block with a knight, or I can move the knight here and then he pins my knight. Either way, and not terribly scary, I guess. It kind of negates my knight here. I was thinking playing like a3 just to prevent that, and that's something that is just totally out of left field, I guess. And so this is kind of, let's just look at a3 and try to see how analyzing some random move would be. So if I move a3, that's going to prevent him from moving here. Not that I necessarily care about that, but hey. Another option, I could always just defend with this knight. I mean, that's not a knight, that's a bishop. And if, takes in some regard, or even with this, that just basically wastes more time for him. So I don't even know if I'm really that afraid of this, because defending this way actually helps my development even better. So the whole point of a3 is actually better accomplished by other moves, I think. But if I move this horse here, then it's kind of difficult to just, this move isn't as justified possibly, and it even blocks the square I was thinking about that might be an asset in the future. What else was I thinking of? This square is like really heavily controlled by black. I don't know if I'll ever really be able to get any control over that square at this point in time. So let's just assume I'm going to move here first. What can black do? You can pin my knight to my queen. Do I need to boot him out? Not really. If he takes, then I just take back. He could, there's horse moves here coming out. This move doesn't make any sense because he's blocking in this piece, unless he plans on shadowing or something, which is actually possible because then it defends this a little better, and it's unlikely I'm going to move a pawn here or a pawn up here, because again, that weakens my king side. So actually a fianchetto here would be pretty powerful, except for the fact that it's kind of biting on this pawn, which would be defended by this. So I don't know if this, but then it could go down here and has visibility on that diagonal. I don't know, maybe I'm overanalyzing it at this step. I think because of everything I mentioned first, I'm just going to go e3. That's my plan. Nothing else seems super urgent, so I'm just going to try to identify the best move my opponent can play if I play e3. So we have some knight developing moves. Let's just imagine what'll happen if he develops this. That puts some pressure on that, but I got that pretty well defended with these two pieces at that point. He could eventually, if he goes there, jump over here. Am I really scared of that? Well, if he goes there, then he has pretty strong control over that. But again, I could always just move a pawn up, making him move a piece. So I don't think this square is really that in danger of being controlled. So from this perspective, I'm not really scared of that at this time. So if he moves here, he can't move there. That doesn't make any sense. He can't move there. He could move, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So this is really just not leading to anything immediate. So if he moves there, where would I go? I figured I'd focus on my own problems in that case. If he moves there, I could basically continue development in some way, get this king castled. Interesting move here. I could move here and attack this bishop. Let's actually look at that real quick. So if I move here attacking this bishop, well, that's cool and all, but like the knight just gets on the side, and that's kind of janky, and it's not really... Well, it could be defended by this if I end up fianchettoing. So, I mean, it's possible I could do that. I mean, this square over here is perfectly fine for the bishop, so it wouldn't really need to do much. I'd move here, he could slide back. Actually, no, well then I could take, but then he could open up his thing. That's happened in actually some previous games we've had. So if he moves here, after I move here, if I wanted to, I actually could get control of the square. If I did something like this, move here, and got this guy coming out, then I got like a lot of pressure right there, but he could probably get a lot of pressure on it too. Yeah, he could go like... He could also bring this horse out, and if you really needed to, the queen. So, I don't know. I'm probably not getting the square. Could jump in here. That doesn't really accomplish much right away. I feel like I'm just getting too far forward before he's really made any decisions. Super flexible up here, so it's not like this is going to do anything by itself, obviously. But hey, it's a square I could possibly go to if I needed to, which maybe I should keep this knight here and plan on things that will help keep that knight there for right now. In the future, maybe it'll be great to attack this bishop. So maybe I should just keep this here to keep my options open. So maybe I like this knight there. So he moves out. This is up here. I could move this bishop here, right? To kind of, so these bishops would see each other after I'm developing. So he moves, so I go here, he moves here. Again, just looking at this move, that's all I'm looking at. This guy comes here. These bishops see each other. If he takes, basically this guy's gone, and I can recapture with this, and I have like a queen here, and he's got like nothing here. So I feel like that's perfectly fine if I want to do that, if this happens. Then he's got to move somewhere else. I mean, he could move here. And at that point, this knight would be pinned, but I don't know. Do I really care? I could always slide back, and we could repeat moves, and the game would be a draw. And it would be great. I would have drawn against the 1348 player. That's not how chess works, is it? Probably sometimes. I bet that happens later in the game, though. When there's just two moves that are overwhelmingly the best moves, and you just keep going back and forth between them. So maybe it's, yeah, so that's, I got options if he goes here. We're not gonna analyze deeper than that. That's just gonna be, I don't care if he goes here. That's fine. What about this knight? This knight's probably not gonna go over here. That's kind of like janky. Why would you do that to yourself? You just hate yourself. So the knight would probably go like here or here. Probably, if he goes here, I mean, he's got to be fianchettoing, right? His plan's got to be going down there. Let's just look at this. This weird move, right? That basically telegraphs that he's fianchettoing. So he would move here, here, and here in some kind of a setup. I don't know what the point of moving here would be, because then he's like defending this pawn before it's really being attacked. You know, from there it can move here. What is it? I mean, what is it really doing, right? So I don't know if this really makes sense to bring the horse out here. But it's possible. But if he goes there, would I be okay continuing with my... So say I go here, right? Goes here. Would I be okay continuing with my plan of bringing this guy out? Would that change anything? Well, it does a little bit. I mean, it means that he doesn't have to move this, right? Because if I capture at that point, he captures me. Well, who's the guy that's got... I don't know. He's got a horse here now, and then that horse is attacking this piece. I'd have trouble attacking that back, probably, because this bishop would be gone, and that horse would be problematic. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to... If this was here and this bishop was here, I would not want to capture that way. I'd have to kind of keep the tension. And then he'd have... If he did that, he'd be able to get this fianchetto. So we'd get like a tiny bit of pressure there. But again, I'm not seeing any crazy threats. So if he was putting pressure on this pawn for whatever reason, I feel like there's just no way he's gonna. There's just too many ways for me. No, actually, no, that pawn. No, then this pawn would be defending it. It would be stupid to try to pressure this. No, there's no way he'd fianchet shadow. I don't think this is likely at all. At all. So this is a non-issue. He won't be doing that. How about here? Right? It's another move that's just developing a piece. And you put some pressure on these squares here. Those squares are open, right? Yeah, this is... He could even go here, just not... he's defending this. That's a knight move that jumps in a bit. That's actually looking pretty cool for him. And then, this... I need to have a lot of control over this square right here. You could go here, and that's kind of like, ooh, I can't just... At that point, hang on a sec. So I go here, right? He goes here. My plan was to, like, at some point do this. But then, imagine that he goes here. Right, so he's got the knight here, the bishop here. Bishop is, like, pinning the heck out of this knight, and the bishop's, like, defended. I could just move here, right? And that, like... Then he has to take... And then I have to take with the queen. He doesn't have to take. He could slide back, too, and just keep the pressure on me. But again, I feel like his strength is over here on the left side, right? So wouldn't he want to, like, more likely control that side to help a future push? But it is interesting. I think that's a very nice move. It's gonna help him castle at some point if he wants to castle this way. He still has the option of castling either way. Should have put a disclaimer earlier that, like, hey, this next part is gonna, like, maybe I'll put in the description some tags so you can jump to later parts of the game, so you don't have to, like, say, where does Rob stop talking about, like, one move decisions? Look, this is a daily, man. I got 24 hours to distill, 23 hours at this point, to talk through this. I will stay up all night talking about this next opening frickin' move. I mean, I don't know, chess. This stupid, simple shit like this takes me a long time to figure out. Like, I'm just at the point where I'm not, like, just doing random shit and losing everything. Trying to, like, not just play a move that looks solid, but just get in the habit of analyzing all the positions, because that's what I'm going to have to do in the mid and late game. And if I talk through this to myself, I will be more used to that thought process and be a little quicker in the future. So I'm sorry, man. God, give me a break. I'm doing this for me, all right? All right. So that looks nice. And I want to find out if there's anything he can do with that in the future. Do I need to, like, make any plans against that? Again, imagine this pawn's here. You can even jump in. Yeah, you can jump in there. Oh, man, that square for the knight. If he jumps in there, how am I ever getting that knight out of that square? Holy shit. How am I going to get the knight out of that square? I got to be able to trade it, right? So it's nice. It'll be nice for me to have a knight here or here again, because then I could at least trade the knight if it jumps in there, right? So it's not just, like, there forever. So I may need, at some point, if he goes for that, I may need to get a knight here relatively quickly to one of those spots. Again, it can be pinned from that direction. It can be pinned from that direction. So again, I'd want to have, but I could put a knight. I feel like I want to have the option of putting a bishop here. So I kind of don't like defending moves like that for whatever reason. So I think I'd probably go here to defend. If this came out here and he was trying to get a knight in here, I'd have to watch out for this. I mean, kicking it back doesn't really do anything. It just goes back that, right? Should I, like, preemptively play that? I wonder what would happen if I preemptively played that. So I go here, 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 jumps the hell in, here, couldn't, I mean, he could move there to like put more pressure on it, but then this bishop's stuck. So like, just imagining here, go here, this doesn't matter, you just do that, you know. So take, oh, this knight, it's like gotta move now. And this is under fire. I don't know, there's a lot of, it's complicated, it's hard to calculate that far out. Maybe I should just be like, do I really, am I just seeing ghosts here, right? That looks good, but I mean, what about what about this move where I come up here and just like attack the queen right away since this knight's defending this guy? Right? Well, he could kick me out first of all. If he kicked me out, I don't know, he doesn't. I don't think this. Yeah, then he might want to actually go queenside at some point, which he can do. So if I go here and he kicks me, and I decide that I want to maintain this, and I go back again, still defended by this knight. That takes away this square from the knight, though, in case I want to attack that bishop for whatever reason in the future. Too many arrows. I didn't mean to draw that many. Then he could attack me again with that. And then where am I going to go? I guess I have to go back here, right? If he attacks me again, gets the, basically gets me off that diagonal. Then he can go here again. This, I can't. And how am I defending it this time? I could go here, right? Preventing from jumping in, and then defend with that somehow. I don't know. Defend with this somehow. I feel like that's relatively defendable, and so the end result would just him be having like a lot of pawns forward, which would also be scary. I mean, it's pretty clear I'm castling on this side, but his pawns would be pretty forward, in this whole kicking me out business, in that I could flexibly try to defend that somehow. I mean, I got a lot of pawns over here, right? Got a lot of flexibility. So again, a reason not to be like terribly scared of that. What if I get this knight like here somehow? Wouldn't that be a nice square if this knight was there? Because I mean, like, am I really going to jump this in? I don't know. I don't think so. Not right now. It seems there's pawns here, you could defend it, and not like that, but there's so flexible. If this knight was here, would it be cool? How could it even get there? Let's do a knight jumping exercise. How about jumps there, jumps here, gets taken, and wishes it could get there. It could go down here after everybody's castled, and then go like, I don't know, bop, bop. I don't know. How do I get this knight here? I mean, that would take me so long. I had reasons I liked this knight here, first of all. I mean, it's attacking these squares. It's kind of nice. I don't think it's going to be feasible to try to get this knight here. I don't know if I need to. And it would take so long. What else could I do here? I feel like that's just such a good move, though. That's like and he helps develops that. I mean, that's coming, right? I should definitely consider this the prime move. I don't think I could really attack it that much. This guy's going to be here already. Such a weak square, man. And the thing is, like, if I put a knight here to try to like defend this weak square, I mean, that's basically I'm just putting the knight somewhere where it can't jump to. That's all I'm doing, as well. I mean, it's I guess some squares you just don't control. Maybe you'll do the same thing and just make that a weak square at some point. But yeah, I'm definitely committed to this side castling. That's like my biggest inflexibility. So he can castle either way, and I got to castle this way. That's like the most inflexible part of the position. Might even be worth the fact that I get an extra turn first here. I don't know if I can do anything about it. That's the bottom line. I should just play the best developing move for myself, maybe. That's probably what I just got to do. I just got to keep playing the best move. Understand that he could jump in and just, if I have to, respond to it, but whatever. In the future, you know, that could even help out an attack on this side, too. Again, these extra pawns over here. Just gotta deal with the blows as they come. So, we got bang, we got bang. In that case, assuming I'm ignoring everything up, let's ignore everything up here for a second and just see what my best developing move is. Well, there's always king safety, right? There's always king safety. There's, again, this thing, which I don't even know if I like that much anymore, although it does fight for this square a bit if he tries to jump a knight in, and I get a knight there too. So that's, you know, this is still nice. That's a nice place to put stuff, I guess, right? It still controls these squares. It controls, you know, it sees these squares. It's kind of nice. That's like my thought. Bang, bang, bang. That's an option right here. There's also, don't really need to put this there because the queen already defends that. And if I put this here, this queen can finally like move around a bit, so that's kind of nice. You know, it's not as the square is available for me if this guy's defending that. So bang, bang. They say knights before bishops. Is it? So here's one move, right? Here's another move. And you got, this is an option if we need to, but I feel like if I want either knight to have the option of going there, I gotta like, what's the plan for this dark square bishop? Let's try to, is this dark square bishop good? It's kind of good. I mean, it sees this big line going this way, and even has defenders of the knight. Like maybe in the future I'll utilize it. I want to be able to utilize it on this diagonal in the future, I think. So I don't want to do anything funny like try to bring it this way. I don't even think that would work. I mean, I can move this guy up, and then these bishops see each other, but it's like, do I really care? Even if it's a capture, this horse gets over there. It's like, you know, why are you trying to get your bishop over here? Is there a big reason for that? I don't think so. This bishop's just going to have to run back when these pawns storm this way anyway. So I like this bishop seeing this diagonal. So what about if I move it to this square or this square? Well, actually, no, this pawn's going to be... Wait, I can't, because the pawn's going to be in the way. That's my whole plan. Should I move this bishop out before this pawn comes up? I like that diagonal, but you know, the pawn does a good job of at least controlling this. And again, like it's really, I'm still seeing a pawn majority on this side, so I want to be able, you know, maybe right here is fine. You can fight, you know, you can fight this way. So if I go here for now, and that means this horse would be more flexible going there. This space would be available for this horse to go to. So I kind of like the horse going there. I like the bishop going there, although moving the bishop's not like super urgent right now. Basically, I want to keep this square free. I want to keep it free for the horses to jump to if they ever need to. Or I don't know, but yeah, so I still don't see any issue with that. I'll probably like putting this here. I think that's gonna be my plan probably. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3 moves, right? At least this bishop's defending this pawn. That's his whole job, right? Not that. Yeah, he's defending that pawn in case some shenanigans happen this way. The queen, you never know. So yeah, so 1, and then some order 2, 3. So if I get 3 moves, my opponent gets 3 moves, right? So we got 1. That's probably going to be a move at some point. What's move 2 for the opponent? I bet he'd like the fact that he can still castle either direction, so I don't necessarily know if he's going to just go straight to castling. He might have a little fun first. Might get the other knight out. Put this knight and that knight are there. What do we got? That puts this guy under pressure. If this guy's under pressure, and this guy and this bishop is blocking that queen from defending it, it's got to be defended by this horse, right? Doesn't make sense for him to go here after he already spent time moving the bishop out, though. But that's a drawback where. So maybe I should just trade this bishop off. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have the dark squares blocked up. So again, this guy's the weakest. This guy's the strongest. I probably don't want to trade it off at all. Although I will trade it if it, comes with a bunch of development. So the horses are out. Does he have any queen moves? If there's enemy checks. So this is a check right here. Again, I missed. This is a check at some point. Kind of. Well, I mean, it would be a pin. Kicking him out would just kind of like weaken the flexibility of these pawns, though. What if I wanted to go, there at some point in the future? I mean, it's possible. It's like a nice spot. Then I would maybe I would go here, Then it's not really pinned anymore. I'm okay. I'm doing something with this bishop, which is good, right? So that makes sense. You could also move the bishop here. You would kind of see this over there. It's more flexible. It's kind of a more flexible move. Again, it blocks his queen from defending this pawn, but am I really attacking that pawn? Well, I am with this knight right here. So that's actually another reason this knight can go here, is attacks that pawn. If you push a bishop or something on that square, he has to defend it a different way. Now that I'm looking at it, this bishop's defending this square right here. You could push this pawn, like, bam, right there. What would I do in that situation? I'd probably just be like, let's just leave. Just let him take me, I'll take that. My king's going to be open, but maybe at that point. Yeah, see, it might be necessary in this kind of a situation for me to recapture with this pawn, which leaves my king exposed. Like, what if he, has a queen here or something, right? Well, at that point, then I can just... No, I can't, actually. I still can't take that. These guys are, battering. So having my... This pawn may need to actually recapture on this diagonal. That's an important thing. Another justification for this horse being there. And if this horse is here, I really got to keep control of this square. Really, really. And then, if this pawn captures this way, then this bishop can come and take the place of that pawn, though. So that's fine. That's actually okay. Another reason, let's not put a knight there. So that's okay, right? That's all right. So this is all right. It's all right. It's all groovy. Let's get some of these pawns off the board here on this side, and then it makes it clear that he's castling this way, and I don't have as much of an attack coming, this craziness. But I think that at this point I'm reading further and further into this kind of a thing. So let's just make this move, and we'll take a look at the responses after that. I think we'll be okay. All right, so Guy Phillips has gone knight to f6. Again, first instinct here is bishop to d3. Let's look at this one more time now that things have changed a bit. So captures, captures seems to be good for me. If I go here, and I don't know, assuming nothing else happens there, what would happen if I captured? Well, I get that piece. So this will elicit some kind of move from Guy Phillips if I do that. So what's the best move for Guy Phillips? Well, first of all, let's look at this knight jumping in. In this situation, if I take this, and then he takes with the pawn back, all of a sudden I have to move my knight somewhere. This is an ugly square. This is a very ugly square. This is an ugly... Well, actually, it does attack it back, but I need additional pressure. Like, I need to get this knight out, maybe, or the queen out. Like, I can get 2 additional attackers on that relatively quickly. He would have, in that case, so if I go bam, bam, I get knight, he gets bishop. I have to, I cannot leave this horse here. I would have to, can't go, that's, actually that is, yeah, that's an ugly square, that's ugly. This does work. That's the only thing that will work, I think. Actually, well, this can work, but you're kind of inviting additional attacks, possibly. So I don't know about that one. So this works. I have an attacker on that, and actually, if he does... Say he does it with the bishop, worst case scenario, possibly, and I still end up taking that. Well, no, then he has to take with the knight. No, he'd take with the pawn. So this knight's still guarding the pawn. And I would have to get, say I would move here. He'd have a pawn there with a knight. I could pile on 2 attackers quickly. Could he get... He has 1 defender already. He would have 2 defenders already. So that's already just easier for him. So this is bad for me if I... So this or this is probably bad for me if I decide to try and, like, recapture immediately. So that almost, like, invites this in some regard. But is it still that bad for me if I decide not to capture right there and then? What if I did, like, this and then took? I don't know. I think this pawn is helping way too much, I think. So, I mean, doing this might be premature for him, but I don't know. Basically, if he does this and I go full panic mode and try to, like, kill it, then it's probably bad for me. It's my first impression. What if... Now, I also have... Now, similarly to how he had these moves, I also have... Oh, wait, no, my pawn's gone. Dang it. I don't have that after all. But I do have this. But I would have to back that up some additional way. I don't know. Say he gets in my face. What's the best way to ignore... And I don't even know if this is the best move for black, which is the first thing I'm looking at. But what is the best way for me to ignore it, if ignoring it's such a possibility? Like, long term, this guy could come up, you know, it's still a pawn. I'd probably prefer to not leave this guy hanging entirely. But did you just barf on my... What did you just barf on? Were you just coughing? Sorry, cat made a barfing noise. Well, if I move this knight out here, that attacks both the pawn and whatever's moved there. Now, both of those are... Are you still barfing? What are you doing? If you're going to barf, barf. If you're not going to barf, don't barf. Don't look at me. Alright, So I'm attacking both of those things, but they're both defended at least once, right? Can I... It'd be pretty difficult to get additional attackers on that. I mean, I could do the queen, but I mean, he's got a pawn here. Again, with these pawns being strong. I really do think that he's going to push these queenside pawns and try to castle kingside. Now this currently is undefended. So if I do something like I actually do move here, prompting this, well, then he could go back, and it's no different. I could jump my guy in. I don't know what that accomplishes right now. This pawn can't come out. That's the one thing that's changed, is this pawn can't come out and challenge this knight anymore. I don't know what interesting things I can do with the knight. From here, where could I go? I could go... I could go here. Actually, no, I couldn't. That's actually attacked twice. So I couldn't... This guy went here. The knight would control a few squares. It would control these. I mean, it's not really that big a deal, right? These, not really that one. I just feel like his knight being here is a lot stronger than my knight being there. Now, what weaknesses does this structure have? I could kick him. What about just keeping, like, the tension there? Can he really launch that big of an attack if I go here? Just keep the tension for now and then make some other kind of plan? Like, I don't know. Where do I want to go? I got to develop, first of all. It's like my own problem. I could move this knight here. You could have one unit there. I could take it. And then he could take me... and then I'd move this knight. I'd have to move it. I could route it, like, there and then there, maybe. Would a knight on here be very good? It's pretty easy to defend, I guess, right? If I could put a knight on any square on the board, just teleport whichever knight to whatever square I wanted, what would be a cool square to be on? This immediately attacks this square right here. So that's an attack. It also attacks the queen, forces it to do something. So being here is kind of an immediate threat. Although, if then this is moved, I gotta go back, or I gotta go there, and this doesn't really accomplish anything by itself. Unless I'm controlling a lot more squares this way. I mean, it's kind of nice. Again, these pawns, though. Like, what am I really doing? This was the original plan, right? I don't know why it's looking worse than it did a minute ago. I guess just this what happens. I mean, he's got to do something. I mean, this is undefended if I move there. So he's got to do something. So even if he has some strong options, he's got to have a limited number of options, right? So first of all, if I move here, what can he do with his bishop? He can't go here. Probably shouldn't go here. He can go there. He can also go back, or possibly even back here, although that would be kind of weird. This direction seems a bit odd to need to go. So I feel like one of these two locations would be better for his bishop, if he wanted to move the bishop. If he moves the bishop this way, well, first of all, if he moves the bishop this way, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I should take it. It's hard to tell. It just feels like a bishop move that doesn't... If he goes this way, it doesn't really accomplish anything. I feel like taking it might even be a good option in that case. I mean, it's pretty central here at the moment. But then again, I kind of like the light squares, so it's weird. He's probably going to, like, you know, he's got light square control, so he might even just want to trade that at some point, so maybe that works in his favor. Especially if he just leaves it there and then I take it, then maybe it's, if he defends it somehow. I mean, you could defend it, how could he he could move this there, right? That also helps his development if he wants to castle. So this is a strong move from him. I have a check here. It would force this, which looks ugly because it just moves the thing back. It actually helps some of my problems, I think. He's got this, and he's got this, and he's got this, are kind of the ways to block it. And I think that kind of helps him, actually, honestly, if I do that. So I don't think that's a very good check. I've got this check. Not sure what exactly that would do. You could bring, if my queen was here. If you could get a knight to either of these squares, you can do that pretty quickly, like this kind of routing. Oh, not that, but like this. Yeah, I don't know what my queen's doing over here anyway. This prompts an immediate move too. And although this prompts an immediate move, and so does this, if I go here, moving the knight down here is an option. If I go here, moving the knight down here, I don't think... Oh, wait, no. It is an option, because... No, it's not. I mean, this looks at that, but then my knight can jump and basically get this bishop for free. So if I go here, moving the knight down here is not an option, actually. He could move his bishop. I don't think there's anywhere this knight can defend that bishop from. No, it doesn't look like it. Then I could play something like this, and then all of a sudden this square is not really an option for a piece to go anymore. Kind of solving that issue. Problem is it weakens the king side a bit. But who needs king safety? Especially when everything's super flexible up here still, right? I mean, if he does have a knight on here, and then I decide at some point later to go over here, I still have the option of going there, right? I mean, the knight would... If the knight's here, I mean, what can it really attack? That doesn't matter, because it's defended, right? At least at the moment. I don't see a second attacker getting to it super quickly, I don't think. This is a light square bishop, not a dark square bishop. So probably wouldn't be able to go there. I mean, it could go back, but then it's just in a worse spot. That's definitely a no-go. That's no-go because this pawn we should probably keep that pawn there for now. That's no-go. See, I mean, this knight can go there, but it actually doesn't really have much space to go to. I could, you know, saying like he goes here, I go there, and he goes down here. That's okay. I mean, I've developed this piece, right? This knight's not going to really attack anything, so yeah, it's super solid, but whatever, right? So maybe I don't have to worry about that. So let's look at this some more. I'm not worried about that, so we can look at some other moves. Again, we looked at taking. That's fine for me, I think. Yeah, because then I develop my queen, right? So taking, not a bother. Is this a I mean, what does that do? It attacks my knight? Not really. I mean, it attacks my knight, and it, you know, if the knight gets captured Now I could retake, two different ways. I don't want to take this way, but it's nothing super immediate. I could, develop this or something like that. So yeah, this doesn't do crap. This kind of, it seems like it's wasting time for the bishop a bit. Bishop can go back there. It can go here. Right now, if he captures it, I don't see. You see, he captures it. He goes there. It looks okay, right? Looks all right. Does he have any checks? He does have a check. Let's look at this all over again, so he can check me. I liked this pawn there for a bit, just in case this knight comes. It helps defend that square. So I wouldn't want to just, I don't know why I'm looking at that pawn, but although if I went here and then he captured and I took, then all of a sudden this becomes a better square because then he can take that pawn. And he's also attacking the queen at the same time. So I feel like moving, and since I have dark squares and I'm getting control of this, he might want to trade this dark square bishop. And so that would actually be just a good excuse to get rid of his dark square bishop and also get this pawn dislodged in case he wants to utilize this square. So what if I don't allow this? I had looked at this move before. Actually. There was other ways to prevent it. I think the main way to prevent it was actually this move here. Yeah, but then I still need somewhere to put this knight, and if I put this knight there, it still gives him an excuse to trade it. So it doesn't really prevent him from trading off this dark square bishop. So in that case, a3 does have utility in some respect. It'll weaken flexibility of these pawns. If a pawn storm comes in the future, this one won't be able to jump straight away to a4. If he goes a5 at some point, I'm going to be like, oh man, I got to waste another move going forward or something. So there's this. And if I go here, he can't move his dark square bishop here or here. He'd have to choose one of these two spots, basically. Unless he fan-shouted, which I believe we looked at already, and doesn't. He'll be all it's way too congested in here to fan-shadow when he's biting on this anyway, so who cares? So he's got to put his dark square bishop somewhere. And if I limit it to these two squares, these red ones here, then is that good? Can I attack it right away? Well, from there he can't go here because that's guarded by the pawn. This is useless. This is useless. I mean, maybe he can attack that at some point. So that's another possible utility if that dark square bishop is lining up on the h2 pawn. If this ever opens up, then that's a bigger problem, So that seems like it could be a possibly nice square for him. There's this square here. I mean, the thing is which way he wants his queen to go. Does he want his queen to go this way, which I think probably makes less sense, or does he want it to come out and then do stuff? It's hard to say for sure. That move could be coming. And actually this helps me with that a little bit. If I go here and he goes down here, I can jump up like that. b4. Consolidate, or attack that, or get this. If he moves here, that square is actually controlled by this bishop right now, which is good. If the bishop had moved here and then needed to go there for some reason, that would kind of be like an extra move. So I don't know, maybe a3 looks okay. Because it restrains this bishop to up here. He can't you know, he's not controlling this square right now, so he can't immediately go b5 and b4. You know, it's a little too far. It's too far away to attack immediately. It's still got some flexibility to it. Main problem is this pawn is, you know, weakened, but we still got our stupid buddy back here. DC's got a task at the very least. And, you know, if this pawn's on a2, that also gives him a chance to go, or a3, gives him a chance to go d2, b4, even though it's a double move at some point. It does give him a defender. Probably not a great idea. Too many pawns up here to really make that stable. Also probably just gives him an opportunity to trade off this bishop if I ever get that square. Probably better just to restrict him. This bishop just might be a defender of the queen side for now. Or a reinforcer of the d4 pawn if this ever has to, you know, defend it for whatever reason. Assuming I moved a3, let's see what other moves the opponent has. He no longer has a check. So first of all, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. If he wants to castle, he's going to go here, probably. If he goes there, let's just imagine for a second he does move here after I go a3. If there's a move that makes sense for me. Probably wants to trade this or create some kind of attack over here, but as long as I prevent these from, like, getting unleashed, it might be okay. So bang, bang at some point. Again, if he goes down here, I don't really care right away. If he goes here, I don't really care right away because that's defended. So if he moves here, what's my next best move? This queen's kind of blocked by this horse. So if I go and threaten this pawn right here, he's kind of in this, well, it's not, the queen's defending it, so it doesn't matter. So the horse can still move around freely. I was thinking if this horse was stuck defending this pawn, it wouldn't be able to jump in and do crazy. I really shouldn't even be considering or worrying about this right now. It's an interesting move, but I don't think it's what he's going to play, and it doesn't make much difference to me. This gives him a chance to, like, just trade it immediately. I think that I'm really leaning towards a3 at this point. But okay, so let's work this out a bit. Bang, bang. Well, not necessarily bang, but what else can we do? You could launch some pawns forward on this side, but I don't know if that accomplishes much right now. I mean, if he launches this one too far, it just gives me an excuse to go here if I need to, you know? So I probably don't care too much about that. Horse coming out here, I mean, doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if I have a pawn on a3. Can't jump there anymore, can't jump, so horse isn't going to go there. Might go here, right? Might go there. That seems like a pretty logical move, so pawn a3, knight to c6. Again, can't go here because the a3 pawn's guarding it. So he might have to do something more long-winded, like start, you know, marching these guys and actually start this whole queenside thing early, but he'll probably develop first. If he's going to start a queenside attack, he probably wants to develop in castle king side, which means he's going to have to move this guy here and then later on here again, so it's going to be a double move regardless. Knight here, attacks this, I don't care, attacks this, it's fine. It's all fine. Yeah, so I don't know, like if in this situation where you kind of found a move that you liked, I'm not too familiar with what you do after that. A lot of what ifs, but let's look at this just a little bit longer. We're going to do this thing where we stare at it and just see how different moves look. Can't do that. Hold on. Missed. Moves here. Is that scary? He's like defending a square, but can you really get anything from that? Hypothetically, if I had moved like a4 and he came down with b5, this wouldn't. I don't think this would happen. But what could happen is if he takes, if he takes or something. Say this gets captured and this goes to recapture. The rook leaves. All of a sudden, this knight's hanging. So I got to be just aware of that, I guess. Maybe that's a reason why he wants to keep this square open and won't jump into it, which is fine, because if he wants to keep it open, that just restricts where this guy can go even more. If he jumps down here, is that a problem? What kind of attack can he mount if he does that? I mean, he's eyeing this square, which is only defended by my king. If a square is only defended by a king, it's a weak square, right? So that's a weakness. But I mean, if I get this if I castle, it's going to be defended by the rook, and that'll be okay. And if he castles kingside, I mean, I can castle kingside too. Then I have even less chance of these pawns coming down. It's going to be a whole queenside fight. So I don't see a lot of purpose in that. I'm going to move here, right? Say he just, I don't know, let's pretend he wastes a move, right? I move here. What's another good move to make? I still wanted to bring this guy out, right? So that's kind of my original thought, was just to give this guy some purpose, get the king to safety. He could jump down here if he wants. Again, I don't really care. I don't want to take it, but I don't care, right? You can think about it later. If he goes here, that seems like another wasted move. Again, I don't really care that much. I don't think he's going to go anywhere that can really back that up. So that doesn't matter. I don't think these guys matter. I mean, they matter. They're freaking hella developed pieces, but I think it would be a fool's errand to try to just go ham trying to prevent them from moving further. And then what's his next move after that? Development of this knight just looks kind of ugly after that. I mean, what if he does something weird, like goes that way? Then he can... No, this still, it's all controlled. This knight is just not great. I kind of like this. I mean, it defends. Increases the dark square control I have. Restricts 2 of his pieces. The only problem is it doesn't help me develop my own... It doesn't help develop my own pieces. But I feel like I'm going to get... I'll have better control of doing that if I have a3 first. I think at this point it would be a shame if I didn't play a3. So let's... It's like I got 24 hours. Should I really just snap it up? You know what? I think I'll just mull it on it a little bit longer. But then I'll probably make it. Alright. I did look at this a little bit more and did start to see some other stuff. So I was looking at a3, and I was thinking of other ways he can attack this b2 pawn, even though it's currently defended by this. And I noticed that that if he goes c6 at some point, this queen can come to this square and this square, which are both kind of interesting. This square lines up on this pawn down here, which could be a weakness, especially if this bishop leaves the guard duty. And also this square, if this pawn's out of the way, he could potentially line up some kind of laser beam down on this pawn over here, which is currently defended by my knight, which is another good reason to try to keep the knight there, I suppose. And I realized that I also have the same kind of stuff. And I got, I can move my queen to b3 right now, actually. and there isn't a bishop actually defending this pawn. So that is an attackable weakness immediately if I want to. Again, but he could move the pawn out. It's probably going to do a pawn storm anyway, so I don't know if that's actually going to accomplish anything, but it is something. And likewise, not only do I have this possibility as well, I also have laser beam possibilities. Of course, now if this is the move I was thinking about at some point after a3, so these two pieces might trade off. I mean, if he keeps light square control besides just this pawn, then maybe that's good for me to trade off. But I got, these guys are team workers too. They see the same kind of stuff. I don't think there's anything fruitful right there, but it's just kind of interesting. So before I go a3, I just want to make sure there's nothing crazy happening with that. So let's just look at that real quick. a3. Let's look at c6. This is the main thing I was kind of looking at. Actually, he doesn't even... Yeah, he does need to move... If he wants to laser beam with these two pieces, he does need to move c6 first, I think. So then what do I have anything else interesting? Again, this is the one thing I've been looking at all game. If he captures, is that good for me or for him? He captures, I recapture. Say he goes down here, with plans to move the queen out. Assuming I want to stop this, is there any way I can stop it without, moving my king pawns? Well, this horse is here, right? So he's a guard. That's two defenders right there. It's already stopped. As long as this horse doesn't get, blasted out. So I could go here, right? So again, let's go a3, c6. Yeah, I'm not sold on bishop to f3. Don't think I've already committed to this. Don't think I think it's like automatically good. That was one of the instincts I had, so I want to make sure this option's covered. Say he moves here, right? So now what the hell is this bishop doing? So say I move here, he moves down here. What if I just imagine I waste a move, right? I'm just saying what he can do. Then he still has to move his queen out. He still has to move so he still has to move these two pieces. a3, c6. So I mean, let's plan c6 in the future. He could go. Let's say he goes like here right away. He wants to say he decides, you know what? I got a great light square bishop, but fuck it. I'm just gonna get this knight out of here because I want to laser beam the frickin' h2 pawn for whatever reason, right? All right. So he goes here. I don't know if I can really prevent him from I mean, I could go here, right? So again, with this like back and forth between these stupid bishops. He goes here, I go here. In this case, maybe I shouldn't go here because I don't know if it really benefits for me to capture him, and it doesn't benefit him to capture me. So if I go here, then he goes here. It doesn't. I mean, we both wasted an extra move just jostling around, right? I got to move this bishop at some point because I got a castle, right? If I want to castle kingside and not have this open. I mean, if I do queenside, then the king's open. I mean, the rook's not going anywhere, so I don't think queenside castling makes any sense for me. So yeah, I still think a3 is cool. But say he goes here. And say I don't try to defend that. Say I don't. Say I just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go here anyway. He captures this. Keep getting my stuff messed up here. Bang, bang. Say I move there for whatever reason. He takes. I take. c6. Such like a long-winded attack. Say I waste a move. d6. Say I waste another move. Goes down. Now his attack is finally ready. So it's probably too slow of an attack. It's I'm looking too far in the future possibly. Meanwhile, my side of the field. What if I go here? What if he goes... I mean, he's not going to go there. He would never... Mike wouldn't move his piece again. Then I would... losing my train of thought here. This is the hard part about chess. Say I want to do this. Bang. Say he waits to move. Bang. Well, this, yeah, this is defended too in the same way mine is, so I just don't see... Okay, I think both of our laser beam attacks are too slow to really execute right away. It's too early to plan on that until things shuffle a bit. We just got to be mindful that they're possible. I don't think it changes the fact that I want to play E3, so let's do it. Oh, it's so hard to click this button on a 24-hour game, you know? Shit, but fuck it, let's do it. It's so hard to click the button! Fuck. I don't know, man. It's just a damn opening, I know. But hey, you're restricted, right? You're restricted. I like it. I just like it. What can I say, guy? What can I say? It's cool, you know, if this bishop comes up here and then they trade and then this gets opened, that's kind of nice, I guess. Right? Other than this, I end up with, like, I gotta be careful because I might get an isolated pawn at some point if I go crazy. I think I'm just I'm gonna go. I did it, guys. I did it. I made a god dang move. Alright, so Guy Phillips has gone bishop to d6, and I figure I got about 7 moves, not counting king to d2. So I gotta figure out which ones are garbage and which ones are good, I guess. So there's, of course, bishop to d3 again. That was kind of my old instinct here. That would cause his bishop to move somewhere. I don't know. We got to clean this up a bit here. All right, so bishop to d3. This bishop. I think the only thing, he's got different things he can do, and I think capturing would be bad. That's not the way he would move, but capturing would probably be bad for him. I don't think he'll capture. It will elicit some kind of move. I can only think of, this would probably be dumb, but he could go here, 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 all the way back here. It's all possible options, I think, that make a little bit of sense in some regard. Am I worried about him pinning my knight yet? I'm only worried about that knight being pinned if this queen is going to be busy doing something else, right? I don't think this creates an immediate threat for me. Even if he moves, like, you know, here, it even kind of blocks the knight a little bit, and the knight still defends the bishop wherever it wants to be. You know, it's kind of laser beaming nothing really, so that's okay. But what can my queen do? Like, what utility does my queen have? Well, we got this move here, which attacks this pawn, right? That's a weakness we found. If I were to move there, is this position good for me? I don't see... I'm not sure if there's a... The only other way to defend that maybe is move that queen to c8, which actually could be beneficial, again, with this pawn storm coming. So I don't know if it really plays into some things that he can do. Maybe I should keep the flexibility to make this pawn go up if I need it to. I don't know if he'll see queen to d8, but again, that would potentially help a queenside push and defend this move, queen over here, and then all of a sudden my knight's going to be pinned because he can move that way if he wants to. Well, he's got to do something first, so we'd really need to pin the knight like here and guess that this is going to be useful in the future. So if he pins my knight here, say I go here, well, he can't pin my knight right away. He's got to do something. He could do... I'm not concerned about this, but I am a little concerned about this. So is this possibility up here at the top, is that stronger than something else I can do? Well, let's see what else I can do that's kind of strong. I'm putting pressure on this pawn, right? I could pile on more pressure with this knight. He's got this defender here. He could slide this guy back, although he would have had to move this already at some point. So I don't know. I feel like moving this a second time kind of justifies it a little bit. But, you could still... You can't really defend this pawn super easily right away. He has to shuffle a little bit. It's doable. I think it would be doable to defend that pawn. This knight, I realized, although it can get to a lot of squares if it jumps here, right? These are kind of dumb squares to try to get to. But I realized that this kind of movement frees up the knight pretty much. Because if the knight gets to this square in 2 moves, then he can jump here and here. Those are places he can jump, right? So again, kind of a nice idea to have this bishop here, because it does cover this one square. And actually this queen would cover... Wait, does that cover this? Yeah, the queen covers these squares, actually. So this movement is actually kind of covered right now just by keeping my pieces back. So I could put the knight here, not the knight, the bishop. Keep the tension, right? Keep the tension, because I still want to have control over this area. And it's only really... I mean, it's kind of weird that he can just attack it at any point in time, but I kind of like it, right? I can do the same kind of movement with my knight. Actually, well, if I go here, I do have some flexibility up in this direction. If I captured at this point in time, well, he could take, but if the queen was over here, then he'd have to retake in double pawns. So I don't know, maybe, is this really going anywhere yet? I mean, I would like to, it would be cool if I traded that off, because it's his light square bishop, right? So this is fine. Another thing this does is it lets me castle if I want to, right? It prepares castling, and then this rook can actually, this rook might be able to get involved like that. What about that? Keep everything else the same. Maybe get the queen up here after all. I don't know. Maybe should I get this pawn's controlling this square? So I don't know. This still looks okay. But let me look at what... Imagine I'm black. Imagine I'm black and I got to start over and I got to see what my best move is. I kind of like this idea here. I kind of like this idea. What if he does this like right away? Say this happens, right? Say you go like bang. He goes here just to kind of make sure I can't take it right away. And then he goes bang. What am I doing? So if this gets taken and I take this way, not too much has changed. It's not like he's like the control of this square is yielded, but I still have kind of this guy looking at it. It kind of actually frees up my bishop. It gives him a square, but gives me a lot of squares, right? So that's a little bit good for me if he goes here, or not there, but here, and like a capture happens, right? A capture happens from if I push here. I don't know if that really accomplishes anything to attack back. My queen opens up. That's a thing. Although this is guarded, but we got queens looking at each other. But he could move this again in some way. I'm not sure if the square is open. Maybe then he's got a pawn, and I think it might be better for the person with the pawn in this file. It becomes kind of I think that works in his favor if I capture this way. So what if this happens? What if I go here, he goes here, and my plan, say a ways to move. He goes here. I'm just trying to think. He goes here. Is that a bad... I mean, that seems like a bad position for me, right? That's a queenside attack right there. I mean, that's... It's okay if he gets to this square, but I'm not so sure if it's okay if he gets to this square down here. So if I go here, I go here. Is there a way I can kind of pressure this square? I can do it with a pawn, right? I can move. I mean, I don't want to do it with a piece because this pawn's. I gotta do it with a pawn, right? So then I gotta go here. Basically, I have to go there to prevent that. Then I gotta think about, this piece now is guarding that piece, which is fine. This piece is protected by the queen, right? I feel like queen ideas over here, the queen might even just get in the way and should be behind the pawn, so I think that's all right. So this goes up there. I don't have to move this right away. I can move this if he jumps down, right? I'm not thinking he's definitely going to go here. I feel like it's one of the more aggressive places he can go to kind of keep tension and the option to take either piece. I mean, he has the option to go here and jump down this way, and then he can even rotate and start helping the attack a bit. But I got to make some moves first, and he's going to need to respond to those moves. So he can get rolling on the left side. Is there anything that I can do to get rolling? What do I have rolling, right? Well, maybe the answer has to do with my rooks. If my king ends up castled, and I can get these rooks in the game a bit, then I could potentially get rolling on the queen side too. Difference being that these guys, these guys are both flexible and can help out with that. It's just very interesting. I just feel like it's kind of even. It's like I have to mount a queenside attack that's better than my opponent's queenside attack, almost, right? What's the best way for me to do that in a way that makes him kind of respond? If I go here and check him, he's got a few moves, right? He's got options. One of them probably is good and helps him, so I don't think that's a good move. He's got 4 ways to block my check, and I'm sure one of them is probably pretty damn good, right? I don't think this is a good move. I can rule that out. So go into this space or this space are the only places that bishop can go. And I think before doing anything on the queen side, it might be good just to castle and get this guy safe. But then what if he castles queenside somehow, and then the attack actually focuses back over on this side of the board? It's kind of interesting. I wonder if there's a way I can delay until. I mean, I gotta castle this side, right? He's got to plan on. It doesn't make any difference to me. I gotta castle the same way. Castling over here would be ridiculous, or would it? I think castling kingside would be more principled. So I got to move this guy out. It's got to be one of these 2 squares. A lot of reasons I like the knight on this square still, so I don't think moving the bishop here will do too much. So again, it's got to be this square here. It prompts a move from him immediately, a move that probably doesn't affect me too much in my plan. So I think that's a safe move to make. Let's go ahead and make that move. Now's the time to do it, before he has any other way of just making sure this bishop doesn't have to move immediately. I mean, he could just bring his queen down out here. Right, that's another way he can guard this bishop. Again, it's laser beaming nothing. And if I decide to, move my queen over here, he has to spend time actually going back while I've developed 2 pieces. So it takes away one possible developing way that was beneficial, necessitates an extra move maybe it doesn't. Like he launches this and then reinforces or something. But I think we're okay with this. I haven't seen any giant flaw with it. Oh, please try making your move again. Board's not current. All right, we got it. Guy Phillips has gone bishop back to g6 for his move. In Guy Phillips' perfect world, what I would do is I would castle, and then I would take this bishop. That would be basically his wet dream here to bring, not that way, to basically attack me on that double attack there. So I'm not going to be taking this guy here. Not right now. A couple things I was thinking about doing here again for my opponent. This move looks really, nice. If I took it, he could take back and get a little bit more space for the bishop. An extra square, basically, is one way to do that. He could also, he has a lot of options. He could go here and then go. He could go here and then go. In that method, basically trying to break out a bit. It's got a number of different options. There's always, you could castle at some point. And one move I was looking at that's enforcing was queen to b3 here. This pawn would be under attack, so he needs to do something about it. So he could go, pawn to b6 there, or he could go queen to c8. I believe that's the only way he could defend it. I did look at queen to b3, knight f to d7 here, saying like, I wonder if there's a way I can get my queen trapped. Because if I take this pawn, what would happen if he jumps, not like that, but like in front of here? So I didn't have easy ways. I can't get out this way. I can't get out this way, right? So I'm kind of like stuck in there, and I can't back out. So I take the pawn, he jumps in, but then from that point I could capture this rook, right? And I don't think there's a way that he can really trap me in this situation. Then he could try to, I'd get his queen, or the king would be under fire. So I don't think that trap works. I don't believe in it. So he has to do one of these two moves. That's kind of cool, because unless he suddenly mounts some kind of other greater threat on my side of the board, this is a very forcing move, queen to b3. So one of those two moves for Guy Phillips would have to be pretty strong in some regard in order for it to be a bad idea for me to move queen to b3. So is it strong? Are any of those moves strong? Well, both of them actually support this idea of pawn to c5, which I think, is good for him, is good. So I'm like, okay, I got to be hesitant. It's not automatically a good move. We got to think about this more. Things that change if I move the queen is, well, this bishop still has a guard, so he's okay, but I got to be careful about, if this queen goes up here. Like, actually, again, it's not terribly threatening, but I guess it is, because what happens is I go queen here, right? Say he allows that, say he allows it to go attack up here. I realize that this guy now is hanging, so I lose a bishop right there, right? I lose a bishop. Nothing else is immediately under threat. I can't castle. When my bishop's gone, I've got a pawn, but then I get this rook, right? And I take the rook, and then he tries to trap me, and I get the queen. No, I think I'm up a rook in that case, and he's lost castling rights. So I think that even though the rook is hanging, the attack is still good. The attack is still good, even though the rook hangs, if I go through with it. Another option is, so queen here, he can go here or here, and then this queen would be attacking this piece here, right? Also. So what if I jump my knight in and make some additional pressure with that? So now we got 2 attackers on here. Defending it with this knight alone is not enough. That's only 1 defender, right? His queen can't help immediately. Queen, this bishop can't help immediately. It's blocked by this pawn back here. I don't think there's any way that this knight can help out the defense of this pawn. So really the only way for him to immediately add another defender would be pawn to c6, which actually I thought was kind of cool because, you know, isn't this a good break for him? So if he wants that break, he's going to have to at some point move like twice. He needs to defend that, and then later on, if he manages to get more defenders on here eventually by some, you know, routing maneuvers, then he has to waste another move actually doing that break. So I thought that was cool. I was looking at some things on the other side of the board too. I guess, you know, what if I didn't do that, right? So say I just castle. Actually, I don't know if I want to castle with, you know... Well, actually, it's okay as long as I don't take this bishop. Say I just castle, right? Problem is, well, actually, you know, he can line up not terribly... Yeah, I mean, if this bishop moves, if he goes back 1 and then goes down... No, he'd have to go back this way again. So he would have to go here, right? So let's say this. He goes like that. Then let's say he moves here. I jump. Say I castle, right? Say I castle. He jumps in like this. And then he's able to get a laser beam, basically. I feel like he just has a lot more options in this scenario if I don't attack with these 2 pieces. So I'm again trying to lean towards attacking with these 2 pieces here. Same move here. Say he decides, okay, now I want your bishop because in this situation you have to move your queen twice, right? Say he does that. But actually, what if I just ignore it? Say I move here. He takes... Yeah, because here's what happened if he takes the bishop, right? I recapture with the queen. Queen's here, and it's his move. He can strike right here, right? So that he has that option in that regard. That's another way he can do the strike. Queen to b3. Say bishop captures. Attacking, not really anything else immediate. Say I go for this, right? Bang, up there. I get a pawn, but he gets a bishop. He can't jump this horse out here because then I get the horse too, right? I get the horse as well. He can't jump the horse out this way to try to get these guys to see each other, because again I get the horse, I think, right? He can jump the horse that way, right? So queen here, bang, I go up anyway, jumps the horse out of danger. I am not threatening this, or that. I'm basically threatening nothing, and he can retreat after winning my bishop. So actually this plan, I think, is good for him. If I go here, and he takes this bishop right then, I have to go back, and that's the way he can actually get this attack before I'm able to really fully mobilize. So maybe I should find a way to defend this first without just a queen. Let's look at this transformation first. So say the knight jumps here. I can attack this bishop again. I think that's good for him, right? So it doesn't really make him do anything. If he takes and I take, I've got 2 pawns like this. He's able to jump in still, always has been. Man, I was really thinking about going like here and here in some order to make this happen. But then there's this capture. Well, let's explore that line anyway and just see where it gets me. Bang, bang, bang. Then it's his turn. So essentially, this bishop's gone, and my queen's up here, and it's his turn. This square can be attacked with a knight from... These squares are covered. These squares are covered, right? So the queen's not in, like, immediate danger. It's on a light square, and the light square bishop's gone. So that queen's kind of a boss, right? I mean, it's definitely not fighting for these squares because the pawn's covering it. But it is controlling this square. And it's not really controlling this square. I mean, you can still try to kick it out, really. I can come back, he can kick me more, go back in. I don't know, his pawns are just getting closer. My queen's not really doing much. He's got 3 pieces developed. I like the fact that he went back, you know. Only has 3 pieces. I got 2 pieces developed. Should probably develop a piece. I don't know if queen development is the most principled thing to do. Let's say I just like play a waiting move or something. Say I move. That's actually probably a good development move at some point. But say he goes ahead with the strike idea. What happens if I take? He's got to take with this at that time, right? So this guy's gone. He's not really biting on much still. These squares are still under my control, despite the fact that this is gone now. This rank is now open. I mean, my rank's open here too, right? So that's gone. This is gone. This guy's here. Is there anything cool I can do? This square is available all of a sudden for my knight. I can jump in here suddenly. I don't know if there's anything cool I can really do with that. That's not a good square. That's not a good square. I mean, not really. That's not good. That's not good. That's blocked. But I mean, it does defend. I guess it does defend this guy here. If I go up here, he'd have to move this out. But again, if he's castled, then it might be good to move this pawn out to kind of free up this rook. I don't know. Maybe this isn't a great move. I looked, and I certainly can't allow this. I really don't think I can allow c4 to happen. So I've got to do something. I've got to attack this with an additional piece, or like block this somehow. I don't think there's any way I can really block it. I mean, I could move this piece up here. It takes away a square from my queen. Let's say I go here, right? Say he wastes a move. I take this. He takes me. He can back up, so... Like, recapturing with this knight... I don't know, then I could push this. Is it really that good? Then I can actually make a break for once. I mean, if I go here and he takes this, it certainly would be a journey for this bishop, right? Boom, 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 back. Although it's not really 3 moves, it's only 2 moves because it does force an additional move for me. But that move is a developing move, so that's actually not bad. It actually might not be bad if that happens. If I go here with this plan, trying to force one of these 2 moves, and he doesn't want to have one of those 2 moves, because if he does one of these 2 moves, I get this, right? I get this, and he has to go here, meaning he can't jump in, and that's an option that's been restricted from him at that point. So I feel like if I go here, this works out for me. This capture is fine with me, I think. It's the same as if I spent my move just going here, and then he gets another move after that. I don't think he can immediately attack the queen, so it's okay. The biggest difference is now this knight is pinnable, right? Well, no, because now he can't pin the knight anymore because the light square bishop's gone, so that knight's even stronger. So I'm happy with that. Okay, well, look at this. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this, because these 2 moves allow me to go here and put pressure on this, forcing this. And if he takes, I think I'm okay with that. Am I missing anything else? Another thing I was doing is I was like juggling these pieces out a whole lot. Like what if I went here and then went here, and then this bishop can come out, and then these guys see each other, then this king gets castled, and we got the friends on the back rank there. So I think all that's interesting, but I got to. Now's my time to restrict the options more, so I'm going to go with it. Let's look at that one final time. I should look at all the moves and see if it matters. So queen's here, right? What about this move? That would pretty much telegraph this move's coming, right? So he begins his pawn storm. Oh no, not here. Here. Sorry, this is wrong. He could go like here and yeah. Again, this is too slow to do anything about this though. So I really don't care about these moves. This is not immediate. Well, what if he goes down here now, and I go up and grab that? I think this rook's under pressure, and it's mine, right? So I don't think he can do that right then. Queen's here. Can't move this bishop's worthless, right? It's not helping at all with the situation. This knight, it's kind of stuck there. Prevents this pawn from moving, prevents this guy from going back. This bishop wishes it was like right here, right now. It kind of like shows the mistake, like, haha, now I'm attacking this piece and your bishop's over here, right? This horse can jump in, but it's not helping the double attack on this pawn, right? It can't get to this square, right? I don't think anything can happen that really stops it. So I think it's okay. Yep, so Guy Phillips elected to trade off this bishop because it certainly would not help a double attack up here. This is the only way he's going to be able to straight away play this move if he wants to. I decided this was good for me, so I'm going to go ahead and make it. We have pawn to c6. All right, so that's actually not something I had looked at, and now I got to figure out what that really enables. We do have some queenside mobilization finally. Takes away this square from my queen. Wasn't really something I was going to do anyway, I don't think. So it could have just been like a prophylactic move, possibly. Okay, so This queen is able to come out to this square and this square now. If it checks my king, I can really just move here, which again is fine. Although if I move here now, I mean, so imagine that he brings his queen out here, checking my king, right? And if I bring this bishop out this way, he has a couple, not very many safe places. I mean, he could potentially go here, right? Most other squares, I think, are covered. He can't move here. Well, he can if he wants to trade queens. I don't know why he would do that, though. Unless he just wants to open this file. That would be kind of crazy. I wouldn't anticipate him doing something. Definitely couldn't move there. But, you know, if I moved here, if I know I'm going to have to go here anyway, for example, it prevents him from going here and thereby prevents him from having the option of going here as well. But I don't know if that's definitely coming or if that's necessary in any case. Let's see what else we have going here. There's a concept of how many squares you control on your opponent's side, so maybe I should just check and see where I'm at with that. I have this pawn controlling 1, 2. Queen is seeing 3, 4, 5, 6. This knight seeing 7. And that's about it for me, I think. I don't know if you're supposed to count, like, you know, areas that you see twice over, but in any case, like, this is seen twice, once by the pawn, once by the horse. Guy Phillips sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So slightly more, right? Just, I'm not sure if I'm missing anything else, but I'm seeing 8 at the time. I think that's less than he saw last turn, now that he's actually given away that bishop. I may just have to start considering what kind of moves he can make on the left side. Let me actually, before I analyze my own position, see what the best move for black is first. There's this queen move here where he is attacking this piece. And actually, if he goes there and I'm already here, then I have to... I think I may have to, like, shuffle the queen or the bishop back to try and guard that. So that would be a little awkward. Maybe he's like, yo, you think you want to go over here? Maybe I'm going to go over here. What about that? This move would take away some space for me. If I wanted to try to attack that pawn, I would have to, like, move something up here and a defender of that as well. So it would take me a while to mobilize against that move. So that's a pretty free move that he has at the moment. Yeah, this is getting kind of difficult where the plan of attack may need to change a bit. Now, obviously, I think one of the clearest moves I have is the castle, just to get my stuff to safety, especially now that, you know, this pawn has moved, this has opened up. It's a little clearer now that Phillips is likely going to castle on the king side. And it might be smart to castle now and then react if I see anything else coming, right? Although now this is actually, so there is a laser beam possibility on this square here, and again it's kind of well defended at the moment because of, you know, the rook being here. So maybe the king at the moment is a tiny bit safer actually in this corner, or not in the corner but in the middle. It's I've heard that sometimes the king's safer in the middle. I wonder if there's a way I can shut this down, actually. I could, you know, I could get a knight here eventually, using a couple different maneuvers. I mean, I can castle, right? And yeah, he has a double attack here, but I do have this knight here defending. You know, the light square bishop's gone, so it can't really get traded off as easily. So it might be fine. What about, you know, castle mobilize this rook some way, not to that square, but and then get this horse like in there. It would kind of like, it kind of jumbles around a bit. I feel like I want to have at least the rook on this file here, I think. So maybe that's another reason to move this bishop out of the way. So when I do this castling, that my rook has a better square to land on. Another thing I'm considering is hey, before we're doing this castling, before we're developing this bishop, what about my knight? You know, is now a good time for my knight to come into the game? Going here isn't as good anymore now that this is well defended. I could come here, but then again that blocks this. If I go here, this is still an available square, unless this comes out, which again is a move I can't really prevent easily at this time. That square is not available. This square, it is available. It invites trading off. I don't think that's very good for me because takes. I have this kind of janky pawn there. I mean, I can make a pawn chain, not like that, but I could bring a pawn there. But then I no longer have a pawn here on this file, and so it's kind of weird with the queen staring down like right behind this bishop. So I don't know if I like that. So it's a reason that getting myself to, what square was I thinking about? To this square probably isn't great for the knight. So this square isn't great right now. This square isn't great right now, so going like up here. But what about this square? So going here, right? Well, I have the ability to jump again. I can still jump there. I can defend this pawn. I don't really need to. I mean, this knight doesn't look like it's really doing too much. Like, how am I going to use this knight? Well, if this knight routes, right, if he eventually makes his way down to this square, and then this knight could actually come and take the place of it, and then at least I have some knights going on. And I don't know if the knight being here is good unless I'm like under a direct attack. But I could put... You know what I could do? Is I could put it right here, right, and just kind of hold out with that for now. And then it could jump here directly once I shuffle things around. So that would be a fewer moves to actually get to this situation, right? If I use that knight and keep this one here. The only problem is in the process, this gets kind of blocked in. Like I can't move this bishop out, which means I can't move the rook out. So things get like kind of blocked in again. I got to move the rook out before I have room for this knight to come in here. So I could do something with this bishop first, such as going here. Again, kind of blocks the queen from coming into that square. He could still push a pawn there, obviously, because he's got a rook behind that. I don't know if there's a way I can... If I got to this square, I could attack that square twice, but again, he could defend it with the pawn. But if he does that, then this file's a little bit weaker. So I do like this file right here. So yeah, maybe the plan should be something like this. Castle. Bang. Bang, bang, like that. Is that like slow? Are things going to happen before I'm able to do all that shuffling? Just kind of improving my position. Should I be taking space in the middle somehow first? Is that more important? I mean, this move, it doesn't. The bishop already can't go this way, so it doesn't really do anything to the bishop. That's already covered. All it really does is it takes a little more space, right? This move takes more space. it definitely creates a hook, you know, to this guy comes down, then I gotta either push and like make this. I don't know. I feel like it just gives him targets if I push this up here too fast. Maybe it's better to stay flexible. It's not like I'm not putting, you know, a horse or bishop up here. So I mean, the pawns aren't going to be blocked anyway if I don't move them right away. So that's cool. Does he have any way of making this attack even stronger? Well, yes. Actually, look at this knight. This knight can go right in here too. Now that's a little scarier. So if I'm like, let's castle, okay, let's move this here, and he's like, and he's like, whop, and I'm like, all right, I'll move that out of the way. So now I'm gonna like castle this way. Now I'm castled, and he's like, whop. And then I got like 3 attackers all of a sudden here, right? I can defend it once, twice, and how the hell am I going to defend it a 3rd time, right? So I can't be too. I can't ignore this knight right here. I could do something like just put this guy up here so the knight can't jump in. Is there a better way of doing that? I mean, this basically stops him from jumping in right away. Well, wait. What I could do... Well, let's say this. So what if I react late, right? So let's just imagine let's move this up, you know, la-di-da, da-dum. And then I castle, and then he goes... Actually, let's say... Yeah, then he goes, like, here, right? I'm castled. And can I go up here and, like, try to... No, it's too late, right? It's just too... It's kind of too late. I mean, he can give my king a check, right? I don't know if he can really win anything. I would have to move my king, like, to the side, like, right there. And then what could he do? He could come in and give me a check right here, although the rook's protecting that, so I could take it at that time. If the rook was over here, I definitely couldn't, so... I don't know, despite the fact... I mean, he wins a pawn that way. I could just let him do it. I could just let him check my king, right? But he gets... If he checks my king, he gets basically like a tempo, right? The effect is I waste a turn going here, and he has a bishop in my face. So I feel like letting this go off is probably an improvement in his position, right? Right? So if we never let the knight come in... If we never let the knight come in... And also, it's less likely he's going to be pushing this pawn now because he moved this pawn, right? So I think queenside castling is probably a little bit less likely. I mean, the rook would end up on this file, so it's just, yeah, I don't see it happening. We'd have a better way of preventing the knight from getting to this square. If a knight was on this square or this square, it could do the job. I don't think the queen can really... I mean, the queen can go here, right? In a way, if I move... Is that stupid if I move the queen there? Is it going to get, like, attacked? It definitely invites some pawn moves, right? I feel very, very claustrophobic moving the queen out here. I just feel like, nah, that doesn't look good. I think it's got to be this move. I feel like it might be kind of... You know, now's the time. I'm more okay with this because this just like moving here, right? Moving here just lets me move my bishop like that, and that actually helps my development. Is this square really like that important? Like honestly, what is it attacking? There's just nothing. There's not a whole lot of pressure going on here, right? Where's this knight gonna go? I don't see that knight going anywhere. So why move this out if it just like I don't know. But I'm seeing stuff. I'm just seeing a lot of stuff over here, and so I don't know. Does that strengthen the defense of my king or weaken it? I'm moving a pawn. It kind of weakens it a bit, right? But yeah, I think that we just have to. I'd rather not be in that situation, or should. Yeah, because I think if I don't move h3, I think that I will get a situation where I'm getting checked, and I have to move the king over here, right? And the bishop is here, and the queen's there, and there, there could be even though he's castled kingside or wants to, he could just leave it there possibly and just pawn storm, right? He leave the king in the middle, right? The knight is guarding this here. This is kind of locked away if he does that, but he could create some threats before I can really mobilize against it. Like this rook isn't going to help, but probably this rook won't either. So I think I'm just gonna do this, right? And if then he can't get he can get 2 attackers on the square still, but I mean, hey, knight and king, they're defending, and I possibly should have enough time to get a horse here if he really wants to keep pressuring me, right? Because rook will come out and then boop boop. All right, final look at this. Make sure it's nothing too crazy is going to happen here. If you make some random, yeah, like why would he do that now? All right, let's do it. All right, another day, another dubious move. Or dubious plan for me, possibly. Guy Phillips is castled. All right. So here castling is something you do before you go on the attack. It's also just probably something smart to do. The question is, should I castle? I mean, this is kind of like, hey, Rob, look at me. I castled. Maybe you should castle. I bet this would just fall right into all his traps there, right? Never castle. King in the center. Long live the king. All right, I got to examine this position freshly. Everything I talked about previously is just gone from my brain after like 12 hours. All right, where to begin when you're looking at a chess thing? Your eyes just go across. There's too much information. This knight, oh yeah, that's right. This knight needs to do something. This bishop needs to do something. Development-wise, he's got 2 pieces. I've got 2 pieces. There's 2 central pawns here, 2 central pawns here. Let's start looking at moves from closest to the center to furthest and just see what we got. These pawns can't move. They're looking at each other, controlling squares just like that. Not quite like that. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Probably not. Maybe that was the top engine move and I just didn't even realize it. All right, so queen and bishop moves. It's my turn to move, so I guess I'll look at my moves first. We got, that's not a good move. Queen can go there. Let's look at squares the queen can go to. Can't go anywhere that way. Can go here, can go there. Can go here, there. Let's take away this square. That's probably not a good square for the queen to go, right? Probably not great. Probably don't want to move them all the way back. Well, actually, who knows? Let's not rule it out. I know we were talking about a little bit of congestion back here. One thing that keeps coming to mind, I'm just changing topics all over the place here, but just look at how like Guy Phillips has kind of like opened the door here towards my king side. He just has this, and I keep thinking about how big this door is that he can just march all these pieces in here. And it makes me like wonder if castling in some way could be safe or plays into his plans. He probably doesn't know himself what he wants to do yet. He's probably waiting on me. So yeah, let's look at queen moves. What did I have here? Sorry. Gotta get boop, 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 boop. Let's look at this most forward square. I think I looked at this earlier. Didn't know if it did anything. That looks dubious because it's just putting my most valuable piece basically like in the fire of everything else around here. It can't actually get immediately attacked, with the exception of this move here, I think, is the only thing that can immediately attack the queen. From there, does the queen have any interesting places to go to? This is probably bad. It's, you know, this knight moves and all of a sudden my queen's under fire. I think, right? It can move here from that square. It can move... not really anywhere else. So the only reason to move my queen here is if I wanted to put it there, probably. It would be defended by my knight. I feel like I'm doing this backwards, right? I'm not seeing a whole lot of craziness. There's just no like crazy sacrifices I can make. Like, what if I go here? Is that prompting a move? No, it's not prompting a move, right? That's dumb. Let's rule this out. Although I did just move my queen bang bang. So let's not, you know, maybe I shouldn't move my queen again. That would be kind of weird. Is the queen doing any work right now? Like, am I happy with where the queen is? I mean, yeah, it's got control over a lot of squares, right? We're just kind of answering the question of, I didn't count this square up in the top right last time. I realized that we were actually even on control. So yeah, the queen's controlling a lot of squares, not super well. I mean, these are just all guarded by pawns on the left side, so it's like, who cares about those squares, right? The queen doesn't really need to control that unless I... well, you know, maybe if I put pawns up here, the queen could if I wanted to make a pawn break, but maybe it would be better back there. Who knows? Where does he want to move his pieces? Where are safe moves for these guys here? Some safe squares. Queen's controlling one of them, but it's not. It's kind of guarded, right? So queen's not doing a whole lot of work right there. This knight can come here, go there. It's guarding that too, but you know, down here it's guarding this square, but again, pawn's protecting it. So again, queen's not doing a whole lot of work here. So am I happy with the amount of work the queen's putting in on the queen's side? Not really, right? It's not crazy from that perspective. What about king side? It's not really reinforcing any place where I can put my knight right away. If this line opens up, this bishop and this queen don't really work together. It is guarding this square here. It's kind of close to the action, a little close to the action there. I could get this knight in on the action here and put basically the knight and the queen together, but we got this and this, so that's already 2, and probably has an easier time of bringing 3, so it's not really, again, not any strong prospects in the center there. Yeah, honestly, I kind of liked my queen better on this square. I mean, I accomplished something before. It's not on a great square, but I prompted him to go here. I think there was actually some kind of a trap I could have done with I think I might have been able to check the king and then take this, something like that. Maybe that's why he actually was forced to this square. So that kind of makes me happy. I'm also happy about trading off that bishop. But I just mean, at the moment, there's not, like, even if this pawn comes out here, it's like the queen's not really doing too much. It should be behind some other piece, preferably like a pawn or something. So I'm not like, yeah, it's controlling squares, which is nice. But it's not like I don't have a light square bishop to really team up with it. Well, you know what, I could get, hold on, there's like this knight move here that threatens like this. Well, hold on a second. So if I put a knight here, right, and he goes to kick my knight, I can't. No, that's the horse's card. There's no mate there. Yeah, it's nothing's happening there. This horse is kind of glued there at the moment, I think. Yeah, and it's not moving there, right? I move this piece out. That horse definitely isn't moving. So it's like I've already restrained. I feel like I've restrained this knight. And I've restrained this bishop pretty well. So that's positive for me. Let's look at just those pieces, right? Where can the knight can move there. That's a perfectly valid, it's always been a valid square where the knight can move. And it even blocks this diagonal too. So that's a perfectly fine place for the knight to go right now. But if I have a knight on one of these two squares, can he still put the knight here anymore? Well, I could take my knight, then he takes with the pawn. Nope, takes with the pawn. Then I take with my queen. So he couldn't go there. If I moved the knight here, he could not immediately go there. But, you know, he could bring a rook out. So say, like, you know, I put my knight here. He doesn't want to immediately go there, so he moves here. And I'm like, okay, well, now again, next turn he can go there if he wants to. Again, I don't know if that's good. But can I defend this square again? Well, I can move here, right? We got this laser beam I talked about before, but now that's not attacking anything, right? It's not really attacking anything. That's fine. Don't have problems with that. What if I put both knights here, right? Both knights, not just one, both of them. And then I push this. Say this is my plan. Say I want to go like immediately, like boom, boom. Again, like I'm allowed to put my knight here. He can't try to force it away. He's too slow, right? This is too slow. I mean, this is a possible break to prevent me from doing that plan. But what if I'm like, yeah, what if I go here? And say I don't know if this is the best course of action. Say I go for this square. And he wants to defend the square. He wants to keep control over this, right? He can... I don't know if he can really go there. He can go here. And then I go here. So I've got 3 attackers on the red square. And at that time he has 3 defenders on that square, right? Say a castle. He has 2 moves to kind of mobilize against that. I don't know if he can mobilize against it in time. Anyway. I don't know if this knight can make it in time. There's nowhere to go. Yeah, how's he... Okay, so let's see. I got 1, 2, and I don't know about this order, but 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. He's got... one... I don't think he can put his queen here. I think he's got to go 1, 2, 3. He could do 4 and the 5 or something. I don't know. I don't think he can. Say he goes here. 4, and then my 5 hits. So he can take with the pawn. I take with the knight. He takes with the knight. Wait, hold on. How many pieces have we lost so far? I gotta bring up like a notepad. How many pieces are getting lost here? Okay, so we got... He takes with the pawn. That's a pawn for him. I take with this knight. I mean, maybe not that knight, but we'll see. So that's a pawn for me. He takes with the knight, so that's a knight for him. I take with a knight. That's a knight for me. Even so far, right? He takes with a rook. That is a knight for him. I take with a queen. That's a rook for me. And then he takes with his queen, and that's a queen for him. So that doesn't sound good for me. I would need an additional attacker to do that. So trying my best, he can stop it if he acts right. And he's even got an extra move to throw in the middle of this defense too, to improve his position in some way. The only other way I can get an additional attacker is to somehow bring another rook into the party, right? And in order to bring another rook to the party, I have to get this pawn he has to either have to get this guy out, like get out of there. You're too, or else you're going to be there forever. It's too many. I'm trying to erase arrows, not draw them. I'd have to get this bishop out. Or I can move this pawn up and bring him over. Like that. Right? So if I bring this pawn up, I do leave this pawn hanging. Well, no. Actually, I don't. Because this bishop here has a frickin' purpose, right? That bishop has a purpose guarding that pawn, so this rook's free to go to the party. So what? We got... Like, what moves can I do first that don't change anything that much? If I go here, he can go here, here, but, you know, I get that. He gets that. Is that a big deal? I don't... Oh, yeah, my king, but my knight. He can trade for my knight in that scenario. But I don't know if I'll see it right away. But let's look at this again. So I don't know the order about this, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, bang. He's got so like on the 8th move I strike. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there he can have an extra defender too. So I think that I can gear up for this entire push, but it's still defendable. In that case, and that's a very long plan. In which case, the order of moves may go sour for me at some point. So maybe I shouldn't consider that. Such a long, a dive into one particular move. Basically, I don't know if it's not straightforward. I mean, I could possibly prepare it better than he does if he's not able to get these like rooks in the right order, or he wastes like one turn during all of this. Then my plan would change a bit. But I mean, it's likely that if I start going for this, he'll take at least one turn where he doesn't make a move, and that puts him one turn too slow. But yeah, he can always just put a knight here and block that up, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm walking into the position his knight's already in. Crazy stuff. Alright, so that covers this move, right? Queen going out wasn't good. This coming here wasn't good. This doesn't look like it accomplishes too much by itself right now. Again, I feel like there's got to be some kind of developing move that's better than this. Developing this knight to here does look nice still. Doesn't accomplish too much right now, but the knight would be defended still. It's not in the way of these guys moving up. I could go here and then here, right? I want to look at this move again. See if this transforms the position. Say he moves here. Say I take. He has to take with the bishop. What's he biting on? Not much. Bishop ends up here. Is it target? I mean, I can move there, right? And the bishop's got to go back here. Blocks in his queen. So that's not necessarily great for him, unless he has some other plan against my queenside pieces. Like this square is already controlled. This square is already controlled. Do I really need to control this square right here? He's got this check, right? This check is coming now. Kind of helps my development a bit. If I consider this helpful, it helps my development. It kind of removes this attacker. Maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he just wants this pawn to be weaker in the future. If I want to move this guy up, I can't mobilize my rook. Seems pretty far-sighted, though. This is probably the hardest part, where you just gotta, like... Maybe at my level, I'm not likely to see a very clear plan of attack, and what I gotta do is just make, you know, straightforward moves that on the surface appear to improve my position, but it's difficult. If I move this knight here, then I mean this bishop's still not doing crap. Although, what is interesting, if I say I just move up here anyway, well, he can just take like that. Do I want to trade off this knight? It has like one good move. Fine, I can move over here, I guess, if it really wants to. What is my opponent's best piece? I don't think it's that. It's probably the knight. Its best piece is kind of far back. It's on defense duty. Is he concerned about this? Is this a good transformation for me? Actually, again, the knight's not threatening anything. That's the problem. I don't have a target. What if I had... What if this bishop was on this square right now? What if it was there right now? And it was my turn to move. Would this be a good capture? Same situation. He moves his queen out, right? I mean, still has good visibility there. My rook can't come up. He's got no control left, but he can, you know, advance this pawn and recapture. So I feel like this square where the bishop is could be a good square for the queen. A very good square for the queen, actually. So I think I like the fact that the bishop is there. I think it blocks up his position more. Let's maintain that. Maybe that should be my thing. Should I play this like some kind of a boa constrictor, slowly squeezing in? If so, where do I squeeze in from? Okay, squeeze in from the king side. Just keep the king in the center. March up these pawns with the king right behind him. Bring these guys with it. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Look at that. We're just gonna do freaking king on the king side, marching up behind the pieces, because I've got more pawns on this side of the board, right? This bishop can actually help in this situation. I can't move to this square, but maybe we don't need to. Whatever, just block this guy up here. Use this guy to defend any kind of attacker coming this way. Now he can't. Now this bishop can't really bite here because this pawn's here guarding this thing, and you know, I can bring the king up and help, and maybe we'll go for some kind of crazy kingside attack. Maybe that'll be the plan. We'll just die in a blaze of glory that's not going to work at all because I'm attacking kingside on it versus a castled king. But I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, right? I'm constricting the position on the left side. He wants to bring his pieces over here and fight. I'll fight. I'll fight on the king's side. His king's castled. Mine's not. Don't know if it needs to be. Maybe it should be. This rook doesn't need the help on this file. It's not going to... Putting a rook on this file isn't going to make this break any stronger, right? So let's open this sucker up. How do we want to do this? Knight go here. He makes a wasteful move. That is checkmate, right? Interestingly, if the knight is up here, it also covers this square. So we can trade knights, I guess, and get in this kind of a situation, which seems good for me. Because in that case, I still got 2 pawns in the center. His pawns get broken up. And it's not attacking this knight anymore, because the knight's up here. I mean, it would be attacking my queen. So I'd have to move the queen. But I don't like this. I don't like the frickin' square the queen's on anyway, right? So who cares? Does this do anything? Well, wait, I can't. No, it's not, because the knight's guarding here. We've been over this. What if we do all this? What if we do all this lining up, right? We do all this lining up, but we kick that knight out. That knight's got to move. It's got to move, man. Right? So what if I'm like, one, two, 3, 4. What happens? He's got 1, 2, 3. He's ready in 3 moves, right? 1, 2, 3. Bang! Now he's got to move. Where's this knight gonna go? It's basically, I mean, if it goes over here, say it runs away, right? It just goes over here, whatever. Then can I attack the center? Then can I go bang? 1. He puts a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He doesn't have a knight to take with. I get to take with, and I win the rook if he really wants to defend that, right? Right? Seems good to me. So we just go like 1, and this rook down here, he's doing his job. He's blocking this pawn. I can move up this way. Although it'd be nice to keep this knight here, because then this pawn is kind of defended a little bit, right? There's 1, and so say he does this. Say I go like 1, 2, 3, 4. He can go where would he go? This might not be the best way to defend it. 1, 2. He can even go here, possibly. I don't know. 1, 2. One of those 2 squares. 1, 2, 3, and he blocks me, right? He blocks me. 1, 2, 3. And then I can't push the knight at that point. That pawn's blocked. That pawn's blocked, and my structure on the right side looks jacked up. I mean, his structure's a little jacked up too, right? He gets a pawn, I get a pawn. He gets a knight, I get a knight. He gets... Wait, the queen's not here in time, right? I'm thinking this is tough, man. This is tough shit. 1, 2. I know, Mike. At this point, you probably can't take any more of this. I'm sorry. It's just in the future, this kind of thinking is gonna get me. If hopefully I'll get faster at this kind of shit. It's tough. My brain only has so much space. I can only remember. They say phone numbers are 7 characters because people can remember 7 things, but I can only remember 5. So 1, 2, right? 3. 1, 2. Wait, this rook. Yeah. I think that's all I can do. 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. Bang. One. Wait, hang on a second. One. He can. 1, 2. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. He gets a queen. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. He's gotta, because then I get 4. He's gotta put a knight in there, right? Or he's gotta run the knight away. He's got to, because he can't go 3, because he's got to go here, and then I can go there. He gets a pawn, I get a pawn. He gets a knight, I get a knight. He gets a thing. I get a queen. Wait, hold on. No, because I'm attacking with the queen. He can attack with his queen. So maybe I'm doing this. He doesn't have to go like this. He can go like this, right? Let's look at that again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bang. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. It's even. He gets... Wait. Really? Oh, hold on. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. It's never going to be end. 1, 2, He's got to do this. 3. Pawn up. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. It's even, right? He gets a knight. He's up a knight. I get a queen. Wait, did I not attack with this guy yet? No, I did. I did attack with this guy. These lines are just confusing. That's why I'm getting confused. I get a queen with my queen. And he gets a queen with his rook. So at the end of this transformation, there's pawns here. The queens are gone. These knights are gone. These pawns are gone. Right, pawn, pawn, horse, horse. Am I down a knight? Am I down a knight and his rook's here? Is that the end goal? If I go here, he's got to... Does that mean... What if I go here and he, like, wastes a turn? Ugh. That whole thing's just to calculate, like, nothing, man. I think I'm just down a knight. I'm going to watch that video and just kick myself if I'm wrong. But I guess it's just not a good plan to try to mobilize all that. Just stop worrying about this damn square, man. Just forget about that damn square. Just forget it. Just fucking forget it. Wait, but I do have this. I just moved here, man, like a turn ago. Oh my god. Maybe I should have gone frickin' H4 to prevent this. To frickin' prevent that. Oh my god. Should I have gone frickin' H4 and not worried about this horse crap move? Because it would have been like, he would have had to waste time. Oh my god. Maybe all this would have been good if I had gone H4. Right? Does it make sense for me to go H4 now? Probably not. I'll look at that. Someday, somehow I'll look at H4. But that could have been crazy. That would have just been too much for me. Not that deep yet. Where are my weaknesses? It's not really... These guys are... I wouldn't call them weak, but they're poopy, right? This is poopy. This is poopy. I've got 2 poopy pieces. He's got 2 poopy... I got a poopy pawn and a... Poopy... Poopy. I think his poopy is more poopy than my poopy. I hope. Is this pawn doing shit, man? What is this pawn doing? It's guarding this. It's the only justification it has. This pawn is doing nothing with its life. Its only purpose in life is to defend this pawn. So if this pawn does something stupid, this pawn's going to be like, God damn it, I've got nothing to do now. This gets a little freedom if that happens, right? Maybe I should just defend this square a little bit more. Should I make another queen move and just be like bop, just like bop, right? That's smart. Go whoop, whoop, whoop. It's brilliant, right? Brilliant move. I feel like that opens the board. Gives him an isolated pawn. Or does it? This pawn becomes isolated if that happens. That's kind of nice in a way. An isolated pawn is a target, right? I might not hate that. He isolates his pawn, but this bishop has a little more movement. This becomes a valid square for that bishop. I don't know if it's worth isolating his pawn, though. That might just be good for me. Could isolate his pawn by, like, going up here and trying to draw this guy away. I don't know. How can I make this... I mean, this knight... Whatever happens, if something stupid happens over here, and I want to look at that again, the knight's over here, you know, can come down here. This might be a good square for the knight. Better than this square here, because this square can be used by this knight, right? It can be used by this bishop. This is nice. I think it comes down to, do I want to make a knight move or like a bishop move first? It's either going to be like this, or this are probably my best moves. That's what I'm thinking. Most likely. Are any of them weak to anything else? This doesn't seem weak. You basically would have to... Well, you could go bang, bang. Just locking this up. I feel like the position's very likely to get locked up. So I want to route the knight in a way where it can get to these squares if it needs to. Which would mean this would be a good square for the knight. So maybe I should be like, you know, like that, and actually go here for a second, but then come back this way. Kind of keep some more pressure on these dark squares. If the knight was able to launch from here, this becomes a nice target, right? If the knight is here, it can jump here and threaten this. So in the future, that's kind of nice. I might like that. You know, this bishop's nice to guard this guy here in a way. Maybe the bishop can just frickin' stay there for now. I don't know. Keep him poopy forever. Poopy bishop forever. I mean, that's the decision I made. When I played E3, I decided that, you know what, I'm going to make that a poopy bishop. That was my call. That's the price that you pay, right? It's the price you pay for not being like doing that. Or this, you know. How does black want to make this knight not just god awful? Bring the knight here, guards this knight. If this knight wants to jump in, this knight can take its place, and then this is like super locked in, right? That's probably the plan. Jump this knight in, make it hard for me to take it. I want the option of taking once with a knight. Another reason this is nice. Because say like he jumps here, I have nothing to take it with, right? Then I'm like, oh no, I wanna get your knight. Well, it would take him some time. He needs at least 2 turns to get in there. I've got a turn. I've got maybe like a turn of leeway. Do I want to spend that turn castling? Castling's dumb, man. Who wants to castle? And this rook, he wants to be... That's right, we were talking about this file before. He wants... Ultimately, it might be a good file for him to be on. Do I want to control this square more? That controls the square, right? Or does it? What if he moves this here? Oh, that's dangerous. I think he can control the square a lot more than I can in a short amount of time. Well, maybe we can fight for it. We can fight for it probably just as much as we can fight for this square. Probably more so. I mean, his bishop's involved in this, right? His knights can rout. This, even though it's not under as much control, it actually might be under more control now that I think about it. So why not put a pawn there? Fuck that square. Now you're fucked. You got 2 pawns looking at it. This square opens up. This can die finally. If this dies somehow, I don't know how, but this bishop can go there, and then this pawn has a reason to live again. Because I'm not trying to kill this. I'm not trying to kill the bishop. I'm trying to kill the pawn. If I move here, oh, I can't move there. If I move here, I'm trying to kill this pawn. What can he do? He can move here, right? And then I ignore it. If he takes, then I take, and then I lose my rook, right? It makes sense. So is there a way I can control this square? I can control this square with this. And the queen. And this guy. So what if I go here? He goes here. I'm just like, bring it. This bishop has a reason to live. He goes here, whatever, man. Whatever. No one cares. No one cares about your shit. I got control over this motherfucking square on your side of the map. It's +1 for me. If I don't do that right away, can he get a stronger grip? Well, yeah, I can go here now. And I'm like, oh, let's get ready to go here. And then he can... Actually, he's double barreling that, actually. That I'm looking at it. So what, I go here, right? He goes here. I'm like, bring it. He's like, fine. I'm like, fine. He's like, fine. I'm like, fine. Isn't that how I lost my rook? I think that's how I lost my rook. Go here. Bring it. Fine. I think we've been through this. We've been through this. We've been through this. It takes... Unless my knight is on this stupid square right there. I could go here, and then I could go here, and then I could go here. So you go here. He goes here. If he goes here, can I attack that? Probably. He goes here. I go here. Maybe. Maybe there. Is that a decent square? Can I guard that quickly? I can. Not a bad square, right? That's actually not a bad square for the queen. Queen can cut this way and still has access to this diagonal. It's kind of a nice place. Kind of nice. Kind of like it. Go here. Go here. That confused the hell out of him? Bang. I'm just assuming he's playing against my plan, like, and knows exactly what I'm thinking and assumes that what I'm thinking actually makes sense, which is unlikely. All right, bang, bang. Bang. Can you add more attackers on this square? He can. He can, actually. He can definitely add more attackers on that square. Bang. Can't really get close with this knight. He's trying to attack this square, right? How's he... He could do a two-mover. He's made 4 moves. I've made 4 moves. 1, 2, 3. If the knight gets... Wait, that doesn't defend the square. See, and then you just stare at it, and all the thoughts just drop out of your head. All the thoughts just drop out of your head. One, two. Say I'd move this right away, right away. 1, bang. Bang. I feel like we've been over this. Bang. But I could take, right? I don't know if that's good. Just activates this damn rook. And makes it a target. And makes it a target. And makes it a target. Wait. No, wrong square, this square. Can't be a target from... It can be a target from here. That's cutting it off. Safe squares become... A square, not really. No, yeah, this is a safe square, but it's a poopy square, kind of. This is safe. These 2 squares, if I can control them with something better than a queen. This can go here, right? What if I'm like, bang, bang? It seems bad. If I go 1, 2, he goes 1, take, I lose my rook. Wait. What am I thinking again? How's this work? Maybe I need to like defend... Do I need to have a knight here or something to defend this pawn? Maybe just get my rook out of the damn way? Get my rook out of the god dang way. Let this bishop defend that. I feel like I don't know, I can go there. I mean, I can come back here if I want to, right? It's just weird. What if I'm like, boop, 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 and then boop? Yeah, that looks good. What if I'm like, 1, 2, 3, like that? I kind of like that idea a little bit. From here, the pawn can go to these 2 squares, which is kind of cool. You know? Attack some stuff. Kind of like it. Go to the square over here. I think that gives me the most options. Look at it. I mean, you can't... This is This is idiotic, right? Let's get some of the stuff he can do if I moved here. Just other stuff that he can just throw in. What's my plan? Am I going for... I can't like highlight this at the same time on this screen. Say move here. He's like, oh, what's my plan here? What's my plan? He goes here, right? Offers some kind of an attack or a trade. Say I take... He has to recapture with this. That means I have to move this knight. Doesn't make sense to move the knight here, I don't think. There's other things he can do against it. So I don't think this is a good square for my knight. That's probably not a good square for the knight. It can get kicked. Is that a good square for the knight? I really don't think so. It can't go back there easily unless I move this up. So we'd have to move the knight to either back to this square or this square. Wait, what? What am I talking about? So say he goes here. Alright, I capture with this. He takes that way. I have to move the knight to this square here. It's got a pawn here. And I have the pawn under attack, actually. I actually do have the pawn under attack. And not only that, but I can bring another attacker. And another attacker. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Hold on. Because if he goes here, no, that's, hold on a sec. If he goes bang, and I go bang, and he goes bang, I take with the queen. Then he can attack my queen. And I have to run the queen at that point. That's what I have to do. Can't go that way. Probably not smart to get my queen involved in this business over here. I don't like that. I like keeping it flexible in the center. The only way the queen can run is back to this square or this square. And I actually do like this square. I think that's an improvement for the queen, being on this square here. But it could be on the square too, now that there's, yeah, then it's got to be this square, I think. No, at that point, wait, is that pawn still there? Yeah, it is. Hold on. Take. No, the pawn's gone. And I've won a pawn? Is that what happens? No. Yes, I think I've won a pawn in that situation. So that's fine. If he goes here, I think I should go there. I think that's a good transformation for me, right? Am I wrong? That's another reason to go here. I think that works too in that regard. That's also good. If he jumps the horse in, it's still a good move for me to go there. It's the one move this horse can do that's not retarded, unless he wants to do some kind of long-winded reroute. It seems premature, especially... I don't think that makes sense right now. I don't think any of this makes sense right now. It might. I think it does. I am seeing less and less problems with this move. So he tries to kick it somehow. I don't see how he can play against this too quickly. I think this just invites me to take it back. So let's do it. I developed a god-dang piece. But this bishop's poopy. What about this poopy bishop? What about the poopy bishop? You know what? Poopy bishop, I like you. I see potential in the future for you. Let's have some fun. Guy Phillips has decided it's time to develop this knight, and the best way to do it would be to bring it to a6. So, alright, this is interesting. He is doing some kind of a maneuver, which I thought he'd probably need to do to route the knight in some other way. And what I'm seeing right now is this pawn break has definitely been strengthened coming down here, right? So let's say, okay, well let's just castle, right? What happens if I castle and he gets this pawn break? Well, this pawn comes down here, right? And moving down here, if it got 2 moves in a row to go down, that would probably be bad for me. I mean, it would lock the pawn in from the side here, right in my territory. This pawn back here is defended by the knight, and if this bishop moves, it could easily be, that pawn can also be defended by these pieces behind it. So that is not that weak of a pawn, and he's got this pawn up here in my business, right? That would essentially, say I castle, he moves here, and I allow it. That just looks very bad for me. I don't want to allow that. I mean, I'd have to move the queen. It would have to and it would, where's it going to go? Here? No. It would have to move back some way, right? So that would be bad to allow that. So let's see what happens if I take the pawn. I would need to take it. I don't see, it's not possible to block the pawn, right, in one move. I can't get anything to that square to block it from advancing, and even if I could, it could get taken by that pawn. So I feel like I would need to take it, right? So this pawn goes here. This pawn goes there to take it, to prevent it from going any further. And this knight, now this knight can actually take it, and what's interesting is that attacks my queen. That forces me to move the queen. And let's see what would happen in that situation. Could I move the queen somewhere that's actually advantageous for me? That improves my position after this pawn break? What essentially would happen is move, takes. So essentially these pawns are both dead. This knight is here, and I have to move this queen. Again, that square looks silly, right? That looks kind of silly. Let's move there. I can't move there. I can't move there, so that's not good. I can move to this square here. That could get attacked pretty easily. This knight can come back and attack it. This knight can come back and attack it. There's a bunch of different options. This rook can come out and attack it. This queen is not... Wait, where would it be? It would be over here. Hold on. No, I'm getting confused. This knight... Yeah, that knight could attack it. This knight could not attack it. Could not attack it. But you could attack it with that pawn. And I could take that pawn in advance. You couldn't quite attack it right away. So, but it's kind of weird having my queen out here, right? Like behind, like in front of, look at all this freaking black pieces up here. That doesn't make sense to bring it up that way. So I couldn't go up that way. These pawns are dead. This horse is here. I can't go over here. I would just get taken. So that's not a square that I can do anything from. If I go here and try to, and the thing is, if I try to stop this somehow and even move this, like these two knights could become connected at some point if I try to prevent this in some way with just like knight moves or knight trades. So those pawns are dead. This horse is here. I have to move the queen, right? So it has to go... I could go here, certainly. Oh, that's how these knights become connected. Because once I run the queen away, then this knight can jump in. Right? And these guys are connected. They're in my business. Look at the center, man. That's really bad for me, I think. I don't see any way that's good, especially if he's going after this line. So this move I had looked at before, I could put a lot of control on this square right here with my pawns. Basically shut that down. So would this be good for me? Let's take a look. Where can this knight go after this move? It can't... Well, first of all, does this pawn break make sense still? Pawn goes here. I don't know which way to take it immediately, but let's just go full trade here. I get a pawn. I mean, he's not going to take with anything else to get a yeah, like he could take with that, but then I get a piece, and then he takes the pawn back, but I've won a piece, and yeah, I got to move the queen, but I've gotten a piece, right? So that's good for me, I think. In that scenario. What if I move here and he first prepares with this move? I don't think he can. I get the knight for free. So he can't immediately go there. He's got to do something else. He's got to, like... I don't even know. Bring this guy... No, that doesn't make sense. He's got to bring this... Actually, that makes sense. Because, you know, he's got the queen on the file, and he's protecting the knight in that case. So say I go here. He goes here, right? Say a castle. This is moved here. No, then he moves. Yeah. So I move here. He moves here. I castle. He prepares for this pawn break again. Do I have additional options? Say I just decide to do something random. Say I do this, right? Say I do that. He breaks. I capture. I get a pawn. He captures. He gets a pawn. I capture. I get a pawn. I'm a pawn up. He captures. We're even again. Right? Wait, no. This guy captures that way. So this is dead. There's basically a pawn here, and these guys... This is dead. Or it becomes this pawn that's there. I think am I in the same situation as before? I've added a pawn defend. Yeah, it's the same situation before. I've added a pawn defender. He's added like a pawn attacker. So I could go like here, right, to add an additional defender to it. Is that good? He could... that point push again, and I have to go somewhere else. I can't go back there. I could jump in there. Yeah, I could jump in there. So then I basically have a horse. I basically have a horse here. He's got a pawn here. Takes. I've got to move my queen. This spot is well defended now. Can't go that way. Can't. Well, I can go over here, basically. Basically, well, I can't go here now, right? This spot here could be attacked. Kind of feels like it might be fine, but it kind of feels like he's getting in. He's getting some space on the queen side. I mean, I have this becomes better at that point, but I don't know if it's really. It does attack this. This move, in that situation, would be able to get to this square and attack the queen. I don't know if it's really at that point. It's not like an outpost or anything. I don't have a pawn to defend it, so it's not that great, right? I mean, it's just gonna dance around a bunch of rooks and the queen. It's not gonna do too much. It's a good way to get trapped or just make a target. So jumping this guy around there probably won't help, even if I did want to attack that one square. Probably could be defended. It seems like a good move. What if I go... What happens if I go here, here, here? Because then I got two attackers on that right there. He can take... And I can take with the knight or the queen. Knight would probably make a lot more sense, right? So he could take the pawn. I would take back. This pawn's gone. This pawn's gone. His bishop is under attack, although again, I bet he would like that to be taken because the bishop's not doing too much, and it's probably a better square for the queen anyway. So if I, attacked with my horse and he got the queen out, that just helps his development. So I probably wouldn't. I'd want to have some other plan back there. At that point, this knight could not really go there. It could go there because I mean, if the knight goes here and I capture it, well then I lose a very forward knight and he loses a very backwards knight and gets his queen a little bit more forward. So again, if I like go and just try to trade stuff off, that probably helps his position. So the knight has to be good, just chilling here basically. I think. Wait, did I miss some? Did I forget which pawns died? I don't know. So the knight would just have to be happy chilling there. And again, it's weird for the knight to be out forward because I would prefer it to be behind pawns, right? You put your pieces behind your pawns if you're on some kind of like a push there. So, because of that, this, what did I say? Where did I want to go? I wanted to go... Was this the move No, I was looking at... Wait, what move was I looking at? I was looking at this move. That's right. So this move where... the pawn gets taken is bad for me, I think. I think it just opens this diagonal more. I think that's bad for me. Is it worth being on this square now? This. What about this now? Is this different? Because I added an attacker. I added an attacker on this square, and he made a move, which does not. Actually, no, it does. It does help because it does bring this rook to the party still, so it can be a potential help for full-on attack, right? So like we saw before, we got bang. Then he realizes at that point maybe I'm going for this square. So he goes. What does he do? Bang. How am I adding additional attackers to this somehow? Bang. Yeah, I don't know if it's good, just checking it out. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. He gets a knight. I get a rook. So if he takes at that point, I get control, I think. Unless he doesn't bring his rook out. Well, I guess he could. He could decide not to capture, right? He could. So say we. Well, wait. He could go. He can't move the queen out first, right? So say go, boom. There's no time. I'm already pushing. Boom. Just to say, right? Boom. Now, is this a good attack for me? I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. It's covered, right? That's pretty much covered. So I don't have an immediate. Just because I push this pawn, doesn't mean I have an immediate threat versus this. But it does threaten this fork right here. So he's got to do something. He's got to do something. Oh, but the problem... Well, actually, no. Because, look. If I move up here, where can he go? He can't go here. Gets taken by a pawn. He can't go here. He gets taken by this bishop. And there's no... Yeah, there's not another defender on it. He can't go here. Taken by the pawn. Can't go here. Taken by the rook. So he can't move anywhere forward that way or this way without getting taken by a pawn. He's got to make a backwards move at that point. If I go here and he does not want to move this knight or this pawn, he has to make a backwards bishop move, which might be good. I mean, he can add an attacker to the side, and it definitely would be less. I think his bishop would actually be a lot less poopy on this square here, honestly. So he gets his bishop to a better square, but it's a little bit more backwards. Still an improvement for the bishop, but I do get a pawn up here, which is probably... Well, actually, that might not be great for me, because I mean, what have I done? I got 2 pawns here. This is gone. They've been disconnected from these guys. My king's not castled, right? Freaking king isn't quite castled yet. So that's kind of weird. Do I really want to have pawns right here, right now? Is that just too aggressive, too crazy? Essentially, I get a pawn. I get this pawn up here, and the cost of that is that this becomes more of a weakness. The king is a little bit less safe. This bishop gets to a better square. I don't know if that's enough compensation to warrant this plan. So, I forget. Was taking this pawn good? Was it? If I go right here, right now, and he goes here. Well, no, he can't go there. He definitely cannot go there. He's too slow. He cannot bring this rook in. That is not an option. He will be forked. He will be forked. He has to take this pawn or move one of these two pieces. So say he moves this bishop, right? Say he moves it back to this square or those squares. And then I take. Well, he's got a queen looking at this now, right? So I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. Yep. And he's eyeing up, you know, he's the option to take this if he wants to. I can take back, so I get a knight, and he has the option of taking either with a pawn or with a queen, his choice. The world is his oyster. Maybe the queen, maybe the pawn. I'm sure he'll pick the better of the two moves. We end up equal position. The center opens up more. His king is safe. My king is not safe. I got to spend a move castling. Then he can basically put some piece somewhere. What if I just leave it there? Leaving it there an option? Is it? I go here. He goes, what is he going to do? Doesn't even really need to go there, right? No, he can't go there. Say he makes a backwards pawn move. Then I don't take, and I don't push it forward. I just leave it there. I say, okay, I'm going to castle. What can he do? He gets a pawn. I get a knight. He gets a knight. He's up a pawn. Makes it easier for him to attack. Well, no. Then I get the pawn back. So we both lose. So this is here, right? I've castled. This is over here probably. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. I get it. This guy's gone. This guy's gone. This guy's gone. This guy's gone. The queen is here. It can be attacked. Pinned to my fucking king. Yeah, it's leaving the pawn there. Oh no, the king castle. That's how I wasted a move. It's not pinned to the king. Sorry, hold on. That's only if that happens and I just do some other stupid move, then that's how that game ends. Is there any situation in which this is good? I mean, if he goes here, I mean, he can't move there. I move up. This is an extremely forcing move. Extremely forcing. However, so is is this kind of forcing too? I don't know if it's really that forcing. It doesn't create it makes him, need to, if he wants to keep attacking, it makes him do some more stuff. It doesn't really change the situation over here that much. I think the situation in this area is still similar. Again, this knight's not part of the party in this situation. So what if it was? I feel like we've been through this before. Nothing changed. How come this is like, I don't know why I keep looking at this as crazy. We're going to go through the whole thing again. This is an option I'm looking at. This is an option I'm looking at. This, I think at some point that was an option. You want to move to the A rank? I'll put my knight on the A rank too. Knight's on the A rank. Pro strats. This is an option, right? Always an option. Castling king. Castling that king. But yeah, I mean, my queen essentially is under attack, so it has to move back or do something crazy in this area, which it doesn't want to do. I mean, it wouldn't capture that. I'm just drawing random arrows over on that side. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I think I've gone through a couple iterations of this pawn push, and I still don't like it. Unless I go here. Maybe. If I go here, I don't know why we're doing this again, but we're doing it again. We're doing it again. God damn it! Got to make sure this is the we're done the straight up pawn pushes, but now we're doing this and this one more time. I think. So I go here. He's got another move. This makes it well. Here's the problem. I go here, right? This pawn break's coming. I don't think that this move here is going to help this pawn. We've established that this pawn break is bad, right? This is bad news. I think that was the conclusion I came to, that that's bad news. I don't think moving my knight here changes any of that. I mean, I could take that and say, yeah, it doesn't change shit, right? This, and then what about moving here? Is this anything? Well, then he goes here, and I gotta move my queen somewhere, maybe like right there, so I can still attack this way, getting in the line of this eventually. Then he can take and have that backed up. So moving down here, this pawn break is just too strong. So that probably brings us back to this move again. I was trying to figure out, oh man, oh man. So he goes here, something, he moved over here, I think, to enable this move. This knight's not doing much, but now it might be able to help the party a little bit. If I say a castle, right, instead, what happens again if I castle? If I castle, he goes here. This pawn break's coming. I can't take this knight anymore. It's covered by the queen. I think I looked at this. I think I looked at this second push, and something decided it was bad, right? Some way decided it was bad. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. And attack this bishop. That's right. This is what I decided, is that we were even, and I get my knight over here, but everything that my knight can capture improves his position. And so I didn't believe in this double move going up further than this square here. So we got this. Moving it again doesn't make sense. Let's rule it out. This knight can go here. I don't know what it's doing on that square. It's not doing much. I can put it here and then get taken by this pawn, right? It's dumb. Then I go here. Right? Right, that's the plan. I don't know if this changes anything. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. And he pins my queen to my king. Is that the plan? So this pawn, so this doesn't change anything. There's another way. If my king castles, that provides a second way that my knight can route. Right? Now it's kind of like blocked in. It can get to, the knight can get to this square here. No, well, yeah, it can defend this pawn here, which would enable this pawn to push further, if I wanted to, for whatever reason. I can't castle now, right? But I can go here. That's what I'm looking at. Castling may very well be the best move at that point in time. Can he break? I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a horse. He gets a horse. My knight's under, my queen's under attack by the horse. Wait. Hold on. I feel like we've been through this several times, but I just can't remember. Just so hard to remember things. This is why I'm bad at chess. Because I have no memory. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a bishop. He gets a pawn. My queen's under attack, but I'm +2. That's actually what happens. Right? So this break doesn't work for him if I'm here. Even if he brings... Wait, no, hold on. There's the queen here too, right? Let's do this again. Here, castle, attempt to break. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a bishop. I'm +3. He gets a pawn. I'm +2. He gets a pawn. I'm +1. I'm +1. This is dead. This is dead. This. This is dead. Wait, no. How's all this dead? This doesn't make sense. I kill that. How's this making... I'm killing too much. This doesn't make sense, does it? I go here. See, this is why I'm bad at chess. I go here. He can't go here yet. He has to go here. Right? I give him time. He breaks. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a bishop. I'm +2. He gets a pawn. I'm +1, and there's a knight on this square. So this knight is here. This is dead. This is dead. This queen's here. This is dead. This is dead. And this is forced to move. Maybe not here because it's not defended. Maybe here, I don't know. It's forced. I'll just put the arrow here to remind myself this queen has to go somewhere. Right? So wait, this is I lose 2, he loses 4, so I'm +2. How was I +1 at some point? It's because this pawn was up, right? Yes, it's because this pawn came in. That's what happened. Wait. What? I'm so sorry. I don't know why I can't just keep this in my brain. This comes out. I'm gonna get another... Yeah, that was the plan. This comes out next. And then I go... He's got 3 defenders on that. But only one of them is a pawn. Let's pretend I waste a move. Or just say like I move my queen somewhere. Say move it like I don't know, here. Push. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. Wait, how am I getting 2 pawns? I'm getting 2 pawns. Because he moved 1 a second. He gets 2 pawns. With 1 in a second. So it's 2 pawns up and he's closer, right? Queen's guarding this. Is it already too late? Is that the answer? That this is too late? Am I forced to choose between which of the 2 kind of poopy positions I want to play? Is this the idea? No, because then you can go here, right? Is this the idea? I gotta move here first, right? That's the plan. Then he has to bring this, I think. Maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe he doesn't even need to do that. Goes here. I get a pawn. No, hold on. He's got to do this. He's got to do this first. Keep forgetting. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a knight. He gets a knight. So it's even. Right? He gets a knight, and my queen's under attack. This guy's gone. I don't know, man. Now he's got a knight here. And my queen's further back. Is there any way this doesn't happen? Should I just allow this? No, that's stupid. Any weird sacrifice I can make or something? I don't know. I mean, he's got a knight here, basically. Even if I try to go here, a knight can get to this red square, and I gotta back up. What's the worst case scenario over here? He can't push here. This is forcing. This is a fork coming. He's got to block it, which would be stupid to do one of these pieces. Yeah, it would be stupid to block it with this. So he's got. I think he needs to take it, or he's got to move some piece, right? He's got to move a piece, whatever. Say he moves this piece back, right? So it can keep this attack going. So I move here. Say he moves. I get a pawn. No, he gets a pawn. I get a pawn. Gets a knight. I get a knight. So it's an even trade, and I've taken away this guy. I guess that's good. I don't know. It's better. I like it better than this thing so far. Over on the queen side. That freaking attack, I knew it was coming, man. Freaking knew it. So it's fine. If he takes it, it kind of gets wacky, I guess. But I think I can still. Hold on. No, wait. What if I go here? I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a knight. You know, I go here. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He can get a pawn, but then I get a knight. So it's just a trade, right? It's just a trade. So this is dead. This is dead. I have a knight here, which also guards this square here. Although this knight itself, well, it's protected by the queen. Yeah, it's protected by the queen. It's not able to be protected. Well, actually, I could jump this knight here if I really super needed to protect it, but it's dubious. So that's okay if he attacks it, right? It's okay if he attacks it, I think. I've got a knight here. He can, at that point, move here to attack this knight, who does have one defender. I can castle. He can add a second attacker on it, although it's weird to put the queen first. But then this guy can come too. I think I'm okay. Move here. It's weird. That is just very weird. I don't know. But yeah, I think I can spend a turn mobilizing. It's going to take me 3 turns to mobilize another defender. Whereas for him, he'd have to spend 1 extra turn, 2 extra turns. Let's look at that. I go here. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He moves his bishop here. Actually, no, this guy can come down like that. I might be okay. If I move here, he moves. Say move here. What if he gets the knight first? He gets a pawn. I get a knight. He gets a knight. I get a pawn. Queen's here. Pin. Doesn't change anything. Oh, you couldn't do that. You could. Right? I get pinned. Is that what happens? I go here. He gets a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. If I go here, this bishop, he gets a knight, I get a pawn. Brilliant plan, right? Pawn. Man, both these ideas are just garbage. Garbage. I guess this is more garbage. I'm not seeing a way to make it work. Sure, no other way. What if I move this knight here? He gets a knight. I get a pawn. He's +2. I've got one thing under attack. Just one. And he's +2. This is not under attack. This is not under attack. Queen's here. Can he attack it immediately and guard everything? Well, he can't go here with this knight because I get this pawn. And then after I get that pawn, can he go here and like trap my queen? Queen can't go here, 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 here. It can take this piece. Queen. Attack. That's guarded. Well, that's double guarded. So we get 2 pawns. I'm now -1. I'm now -1. If this guy is back here. Then he moves up here. These pawns are gone. Queen's here. I can go there. That's basically it. From there I can come back like here and here. So this doesn't solve anything for him. He gets +1, basically wins a pawn. And I'm up a pawn, or I'm up 2 pawns but down a knight. So this move loses him 2 pawns. Here, here, here. Can't move the knight here. That doesn't make any sense. Can't move the knight there. It doesn't. Well, it does guard this. This works actually, I think. So I have a queen here. I can't capture that. Can't capture this. Basically done. Wait, no, I can't. I get the knight. So he can't move the knight there. So he can't go here. He can't go here. That's dumb. What about back here? We're just gonna rule out every single move one by one. Queen's on this square. Knight's back here. Well, I get a second pawn, first of all. It's 2 pawns. 2 pawns. I've isolated this. I've made this an island. Seems good for 2 pawns, right? Back here, so that's the second pawn right there. I can still... You know, it's not like this doesn't trap it or at all. Just makes it easy for me to gobble that up, basically. So I don't think any knight move prevents me from getting 2 pawns. Knight here takes queen. Right, so these guys are dead. Queen's here. No bishop move. Well, let's see. No, yeah, this is a light square. No bishop move looks like it's going to help him. This horse can't get to this square. This horse can get to this square. But I do get that second pawn still. This knight can't jump down there. It's not doing anything on that square that I can't run away from. This can happen, so knight takes, bang, I'm up 1. These guys are dead. No, I'm down 1. No, I'm down 2 actually. And say he moves his queen, to right here. This looks like it guards some shit. Nope. I get a second. Nope, that's never mind. Knight's covering that. It's fine. Then I move here. He gets a pawn. The end. The fucking end. Shit. This queen can come down here and stop the attack, I think. Then I go up. Right, then I go up. What am I doing going up? What was that? What does that accomplish? This damn queen move. This queen move ties everything together. He might even be able... No, I can't. You can also do that, I guess. Right, that also... Stupid knight's there, it's covering that. It's just, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. This knight sacrifice doesn't work. If I go here first, he goes here, I take, I get a pawn. He gets a pawn and attacks my queen. I gotta move the queen. Ay caramba. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a knight. No. He gets a pawn. I get a bishop. He gets a knight. The difference being this is still alive. And these pieces are kind of trading off a bit. No, I still gotta move my queen. Well, there's this forcing move here, right? Let's look at this one more. Oh, this knight covers it. But it does occupy this knight, unless he makes a move here. No, wait, that doesn't make sense unless he moves like here. I don't know what that would do. You just kick my knight out immediately. I don't have any good squares to go back to. Well, actually, if I go here, I forget, does this work or does this just not do anything? He pushes. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. Pushes. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. Attacks my knight. I mean, attacks my queen. maybe it's best to let that happen. Boy, oh boy. This turned into another long session, didn't it? I really thought that when I saw this move that this was gonna be straightforward. This is exhausting. Absolutely exhausting. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe I should just not even make a move right now. This is just crazy. Put so much work into analyzing this though, and I'm gonna have to put all the work in again if I wait till tomorrow. But I feel like I feel like I'm at that point anyway. I feel like everything's just dropped from my brain and I gotta do it again. So yeah, I'm just gonna take another break and maybe listen to this video and see where that gets me. We're still looking at this. So, quick thought experiment here. Imagine that I just, I don't know, say like I move this piece back and forth. Maybe not that piece because that ruins castling, but just I'm wasting time moving this piece back and forth, right? Let's just let Guy Phillips do what he wants to do. Assuming he's going through with like a pawn break or something, right? Remember how like I got into terrible positions when I tried to stop this? What if I just do nothing? Just don't do crap, right? Okay, so here's the plan. First of all, if I do nothing on this turn, say I go back here, right? And he makes a pawn break. First of all, is this good for him still? Is this still something he would go for? If I took, I get a pawn, and then he very simply takes with the knight and gets a pawn back, so it's even. Although this guy's dead, I have to move my queen, and there wasn't that many spaces I could move my queen. I thought that, you know, he'd be happy having these pawns, and he'd get forward and get a tempo on my queen. I'd have to move it somewhere that doesn't, you know, I mean, it could have prospects, but it doesn't immediately create any better positions for me, I don't think. So I think this is a plan he could still go for if I waste a turn. Okay, so say I waste a turn. He goes down. I do nothing. I move back. Move back with my horse, right? So is it good for him to capture in this scenario? Well, he gets a pawn. I take a pawn. I mean, he could capture. I take a pawn, and hey, look, my bishop is freaking happy. This damn bishop that he cleaned all the poop off himself, and now he's active again. That's actually great for me if he takes right there. So he'd need to make something a little better than just that. He's got a better plan than that coming up. Remember, originally I was actually afraid of this move, right? So, say he goes down. First of all, I waste a move. He goes down. I waste another move, and he gets this. He's got these two pawns here. Is that too aggressive? Well, I have to move my queen. There's not any super exciting square to go to. I think that's probably bad for me. What I was thinking of is, say I waste a move. He pushes down with his pawn break. What if I go b3? Right? Well, we know that taking me after b3 is bad for him. It activates this bishop. Very much so, it activates that bishop. So is it okay for him to push again here? Well, let's take a look. Let's see what would happen. Let's see what would happen assuming I take, right? Assuming I take. Well, first of all, I can't just ignore it now, because now I do have to move this queen. The queen's... Well, no, wait, hold on, where are we? He didn't push down... Yeah, he did... No. Yes. Okay, so I moved up, and then he pushed down again. So the queen's under fire. I have to do something, right? I have to either move the queen, or I have to capture with this pawn. I think the obvious thing is I would have to capture with that pawn in this scenario. Moving the queen would just... What am I doing? He'd come back here, and then my queen would be up here, I guess? I mean, well, he would capture that pawn, so then... Yeah, that would be really weird. I don't know. But, yeah, say I capture the pawn, right? So this pawn's up there. This pawn's dead. He's down a pawn. He can recapture. So now it's even, but then I capture that pawn with my queen. So now I'm up a pawn. Now he can attack my queen with the rook, and I can move my queen to a different square. You know, I got a couple options. I didn't see anywhere that was like super interesting or super terrible. I mean, I was looking at a couple things, but I would have to think about that scenario a little bit more. Maybe I should do that now while I have this on the board. Where could my queen go after it gets attacked? I mean, I am a pawn up at this point, right? So even if it goes somewhere that's not ideal, it's okay. Is this square here okay? It can't. This knight would get captured here, so it can't go there. This bishop still can't come down. I mean, these two pawns are still controlling these two squares right here, so you can't really come down that easily. Queen's right here. This knight can't... I mean, it can land there, but it can't really do anything about the queen being on this square. I couldn't move the queen to a couple squares that I wouldn't want to move it to anyway, right? Queen could come... this knight's still there, so it can't get through the knight. It has to basically go back the way it came, down this direction, which is okay. I could actually just put it right back here on this tile, right where it is. It would just come back, maybe. Just imagine it comes back. Could you attack it again right away? I don't think so. So the queen comes back. It's his move again. This bishop, yeah, they can't... I mean, you can push a pawn on this side, maybe, right? You could push this pawn down, and a second time, then I could capture it, and it opens up my rook. But what's he doing? He could move this knight over here, but at that point, I might be able to just pawn break right here. Then that might be possible, you know. He gets a pawn, I get a pawn. That's it, and then I can push. Yeah, that seems okay, right? So actually, ignoring the queen side might be my biggest asset. And I actually might just have some time to do what I feel like with other pieces. You know, castle or shuffle the knight a little bit or something like that. I was actually thinking about just using some of this time while he mounts this purposeless attack on the queen side while I don't do anything about it. Like, they're all great attacks if I capture anything, but if I just don't capture, it's actually okay, I guess. I'm not seeing too many big deals over there. Just give them nothing to really bite on. I'm sorry, I'm drawing random arrows for no reason. I was thinking this knight has not really done too much. It's not... I mean, I could go here, but, you know, he's going to he could capture, and I recapture, and then he has this center here. That seems bad for this knight to go trade itself or something like that. Yeah, these pawns are like that. It seems bad for the knight to go here. The knight can go here. It's not really threatening anything. It could just get kicked out immediately, and this isn't really too damning at all to open up this way yet, I don't think. It could just get kicked. It could do the same thing I did. So, and after it got kicked from this square where we're to come back to, it could basically go back where it came from. So this knight is not... It's defending a pawn that's already defended by a pawn. You know, it's covering this square down here. So he could come like that and like set up some kind of laser beam on a king that's not even castled yet. Um, so yeah, this knight is just not really doing too much. All it's doing is it's protecting this square again, which is only important if I'm castled and if there's a laser beam. That's the only time it's important. Right? So should I just like not castle and just do something cool with the knight? What can the knight do right now? What is it helping if it goes here? Well, if it goes there and I recapture here, well then this guy's kind of blocked in, so I would have to have justification for this knight moving somewhere. It could move over here, but then this pawn couldn't move forward. I feel like it clogs up stuff a little bit if it moves there. Queen can't come back if it needs to get to this row for whatever reason. Although it does actually help this square here if I want to push it. The other thought that I had was do this crazy routing, while this attack's going, who cares about anything going over here? Yeah, attack me all you want. If I do this crazy routing where I come like this, I can bring the knight to this square here, which attacks this square. It is defended, kind of, by a kind of a kingy pawn, which isn't great, but it is defended. This guy's okay by himself because he still has a rook behind him. And I don't know if that matters, because if this guy comes in, he's going to be... I don't know. I don't know if this is a good square for him to be at. Was it that square? Yeah. Actually, wait, it was this, and then he blocks the bishop after so many moves, right? After this finally gets opened up. So I guess that's not a great plan. What to do with the knight? I don't know if I should do anything. I could just castle, just frickin' castle. And then, after I'm castled, at least the knight has a role where if he laser beams me, there's no dangers. There's nothing to really pin the knight at the moment. There's a pawn here, and the white square bishop's dead. So if I castle, at least the knight is fulfilling a role indirectly by defending this square and allowing this this guy to come out. And maybe he'll come out here and just help with this rank. So it might be time. It may be time to castle. Come on, push me all you want. That's fine as long as I'm not seeing any threats here immediately. Whatever you want to do, dude. Nobody cares. I'm not seeing a care in the world. Free as a bird, right? We're gonna castle. Let him break if he wants to break. Just don't do anything about it. And then once he's all distracted over here, maybe push this file. We got a nice open file here, right? Just line everything up. Queen's nearby. If I'm in a perfect world, this opens up, and I just get everything moving over here possibly. Sound good to you? Sounds good to me. Knight to c7 is the move that Guy Phillips plays. Alright, so definitely rotating this knight around. What has really changed? Well, one thing has changed. I have gotten a step closer to this type of an attack on this rank. And this move is not a direct step closer to getting more defenders like on these ranks here. I don't think. So let's actually look at this pawn push again. I think we need to, because I've gotten a turn closer to it, where Guy Phillips has not gotten a turn closer to it. First of all, let's take a look at what this knight move enables. It enables this a little bit more. I mean, that was always a move that he could play if he wanted to. I don't really know if I had a response to it, if I needed to make a response to it. I was more concerned about this push. Again, if he pushes here, I think the plan is still going to go b3 in that case and just kind of leave that side of the board alone at that point in time. See what happens from there. Welcome him to take this. He can jump this knight into this square now, so these knights see each other, right? if he then takes this knight, I have the option of taking with a pawn, which actually kind of strengthens my center slightly, or taking with the queen. I have two different options on that. Taking with the queen definitely invites this move, so I don't know if I would want to take with the queen in that case. It would get a tempo. So I would probably take with the pawn. If I took him instead, if he jumped into this square, he would then need to retake with this pawn, which I don't really know if it disconnects some. It makes this pawn an isolated pawn. It's probably not great for him, but also gives him like an open file on the file that I already have that is open. So we basically get this. He gets this open file too, with the benefit that he has more pawns around it than I have pawns around it. He's also got some pieces already kind of helping out with this open file, and is able to bring more to it. So that could be an advantageous move to him. If he goes here and I recapture, that might actually be good for him. In that case, so if he goes here and I don't recapture, and he takes the knight, well, I get that and that. I mean, that looks fine. This bishop has one extra square it can go to. That's not a bad transformation for me. If he goes boop, 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 but who's going to move the knight that many times at the end of it? I just get it, right? Although, if he goes here, and I go here, and again, I don't want to take, we looked at this before, and then he starts coming in, boop, I do nothing, boop, then I do have to take with the queen, and then this knight can come in and jump to that square and gets on that square with a tempo, right? It's difficult for me to move up further. If I try to go over here, well, I guess I could technically try to get it, but it takes the defender off of this square, so something like this could actually happen again. But that's a good number of moves, and I guess the first step of that would be maybe moving here and understanding that that's a good move for me. Then he could come in. I mean, this move gets him a step closer to that plan, and it doesn't really lose any time, because it does. I do want to move this move here, which is a direct plan against that move. So let's say I continue with this plan over here. Let's get this rook on the file, right? Preparing for this push here, possibly. These pieces are here, imagine. He jumps down here, and then I decide to push right here, right? It's time to go. What happens? Let's look at the situation where he takes. He gets a pawn. At this point, I don't have to, I can just take it with this one right here. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. So we've traded some pieces here. I get a knight. Actually, I don't have to take with the queen. I could take with this at that time. I get a knight. And I have a rook on this file, right? Seems good for me, right? I end up with a rook here. And yeah, this bishop is free. That seems like a good transformation for me if he takes. He definitely... Let's say... Boom, 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 boom. I go here. He definitely can't just ignore it. He's gonna get forked in one move. So if taking is bad for him, he must. Well, I don't think he'd want to take with. Would he want to take with the knight? Say he takes with the knight. I don't know. Maybe he can do that. He gets a pawn. I get a knight. He gets a knight. It doesn't. Yeah, I get the same amount of material. So that doesn't help him taking with the knight. Same situation. So he's got to. This bishop, I don't think has anywhere to go. like at all. Actually, no, it literally has nowhere to go. So this space here doesn't help it. It just gets taken by a pawn the next turn. This space gets taken by a pawn. This space can be attacked by the rook. Actually, well, it can't, because this horse is here. That's a difference. So it actually can... Oh wait, no it can't. So if it goes... If it goes here and captures this piece, right? Well, at this point in time, I can recapture with this. So it can't capture that piece. So I don't think the rook can go this way. If this is up here, it can't land here. I just take with that piece, right? This spot right here blocks in the rook from even helping this file. I think that's bad. Can't go here. It can't go here. It can't go here. So moving this piece is not an option, right? So I mean, it can move this piece, but then it goes somewhere where the only safe square where it doesn't die is like right there. And then I go right here, right? And does he have anywhere to put this knight at that point in time? He can jump down there, for sure. Well, I could take it, I think. I could take the knight. And then he gets a knight too. Then I still have the rook down here, so yeah, that's if he jumps in here, that doesn't help him, I don't think. Jumps down here, he loses it. He could jump over here. He jumps there. I can push again. And again, he's got to go here, basically. So this is extremely alarming. Extremely alarming. If I get here. So I really feel like he probably needs to play rook there to mirror me. If I go here next, this is quite threatening. So I go here, he goes here. At this point, I think that it's okay if I push this for him. I think he can take, right? So I go forward. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. He gets a rook. I get a rook. At that point, I could potentially do all the stuff right now, right? And I end up with a queen on this square. This diagonal's been opened. And I don't think the queen can immediately come under attack, except by this queen here. Can immediately attack it. Of course, this queen could come here. This guy could come out then. He's got, two moves in that case. But, I got some mobility here on this bishop. I've activated the bishop, which I think is positive for me. But let's just look again. Say I go here. Say he decides he wants the knight on this square. Knight attack. Okay, well, he can't. We looked at this. It's already a great attack for me. So I go here. He goes here. What if I route this knight here and make even more attackers? And that way I don't have to have a queen on this square. I could possibly have a knight. He cannot get another defender to the square, I don't think. He cannot. I mean, I'll just imagine he goes here again just to see what happens. It's like he doesn't have too much time. I push. Say I don't know if he say he wants to capture, like right there, just to try to deflect me or something. I don't know, and I capture back. The effect is this knight and this knight are gone, and now this pawn has an extra defender. This file's open. Then I push. Then again, he has to make kind of a knight move or a bishop move to avoid this. unless he doesn't want to, unless he just wants to capture. I think he has to capture. So he gets a pawn, and in that case, he gets a pawn. I have this horse over here now, right? So I get a pawn. If he, yeah, in that point I have a knight right here in the middle, looking at these two units. Actually, this unit's dead already. This one right here, I think. So I'm looking at this. It's not under direct attack because again, this queen can defend it. I think that's an improvement for this position. Even though the queen doesn't have anywhere direct to go, it can help this push a little bit more. So I think that trading this bishop off and getting the queen to this square is good. So I'm not gonna take the queen. I mean, I'm not gonna take the bishop. I'm gonna leave that bishop there and let him be poopy for the rest of his life. Possibly, I don't know. See, that looks like an okay transformation still. But if he goes, I don't know if I necessarily like having a knight right here, even if this pawn's gone. Well, I mean, I could attack that still, but I could add an additional attacker to it, maybe, right? How can I do that? Oh, look at that, right there. Well, no, then he can. Well, he could take, but then yeah, I can't move there. Actually, at that point, that's just a free bishop if I move a bishop there. It's a square of control. At least it gives this guy something to do. The only thing that he can do activates this bishop too. I don't see a much clearer plan for me. What if I waste a move and I do something like this, right? Well, what can he do? What changes? This knight's going somewhere, right? Is it helping out the king side? I mean, he probably wants to pile on more and more pressure on this side. Something he wants to do. If he moves here, that enables this knight to really get locked in. Then he's defended by, once again, he has a knight on this square, defended by two attackers. He gets in that old position where he used to have a bishop here. So this finally reinforces this knight again. Wait, no, hold on. He can't. Not right away. That doesn't actually work. But he can go here. Then he can go to this square and just lose something for free. This square over here will be available if I push this. He'll have, if this knight is here, then this knight, this bishop and this knight work together to control this square. And I could take one of them off this square, but not both of them. And he effectively gets kind of closer to my king if this pawn's up. So effectively, this knight, say like I want to, say I waste a move, right? I go there. This knight goes here, and I decide, hey, it's time to let's attack. Let's see what's changed. All right, so he gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. He from here can attack the queen, forcing this move for me. Forcing that move. But that move doesn't work because bang, right? I can't, well, actually no, I can take the knight, but he ends up with the queen right here. But he can't go there because I have a bishop guarding it, right? Well, not from this thing anymore, but from here. So he can't go there. So I basically get a bishop here, not a bishop, a knight. This knight's gone. This queen's coming in. That's a huge threat. He basically has to go here, which I don't think saves him. So again, that's just good, right? So me wasting a move, him going here, and me pushing, Seems to be good still for me. Even if I just waste a turn. Even if I waste a turn. Thing is, if I waste a turn and he moves here, and then I decide it's time to attack. He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I can't take it. I can't take it. I have to spend another move bringing this guy out. And then he can spend a move going here. Or just, you know, someplace where you can put another attacker. He has to do something like that. So I guess the question is, now that he has not defended this push, do I want to push now, or do I want to have a rook on this file? What does now get me again? He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. He gets a knight. I get a knight. My queen is here and can be attacked with tempo. I have to spend a move moving my queen back. Now this pawn, this is still activated, so that still might be good for me, right? Might still be good for me. Although he does have a rook on this file. So my in that situation, this bishop is activated, but so is this rook. Who's stronger? Rook actually might be stronger. So what if I go here first? Then I think we looked at other moves, and this is still good for me to push at this time. He's got to do something. He's got to do something right away. I push here. Yeah, it's just he needed to do something already. So I think that he has to. If I move here. So if I attack right now, it's okay for him. It's okay. If I move here, and he goes here, then I push. Extremely forcing. Has to do something. And I think I think moving these two pieces we looked at, and it's not great for him. So I think he has to take. He has to take, right? He gets a pawn. I get a pawn. At that point, he probably won't recapture at that point when I have a knight here. So when I have a knight here, does he have a better move? Can't really pin it, right? Whatever. Who cares? Who cares on the queen side? Because if he takes the knight, then I just get a rook on this file, right? It'll take him a little bit to try to mobilize. He wants me to take this. I ain't taking that. I'm not taking that, man. That's exactly where it's going to stop. He's going to make a move that is probably not taking this knight. This knight's guarded. This knight's guarded. He's okay with that. Where does he want to go from there? Just want to go here. I don't know if that makes sense. If he goes there, if I go here, I don't know. I guess I feel like the game plan is going to do this. So these pawns are gone. Those rooks came out. Those rooks have to come out, I think. This knight is over here. What's his play? He definitely wants me to... He's not going to move this bishop. He wants me to take this bishop so bad. So bad right now. I'm not gonna. Taking with the knight over here is probably pointless. My plan, like, ideally where would I like to be? I can move, you know, where do I want to go next? How can I do this further? What can I do with my queen? I could probably move this guy up, right? This guy over here. This guy over here, maybe. Although I feel like this guy might have a job to do over here, but maybe not. What's he gonna do? He could move here. Here. Thing is, if he moves his queen to this square, it's no longer defending this knight. Which means if that queen moves off the square, this is a good attack for me, because then I have to force him to damage his king structure. So I don't think this is he can't move here while my knight is on the e4 square. He could go here, because this square still defends the knight, right? So he could go down and then like this. Meanwhile, I can't really mobilize an extra force. And then what if he takes? So at that point, he takes my knight. And then I get a knight with the rook. We're even. He gets a rook. I get a rook. And then with his queen, he gets a queen. So that's bad for me. So 1, 2, 3. No, yeah. So this will take him 1, 2, 3 moves. 3 moves to do that. So I go here. He has to go here. Boop. 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 One. 2. Where am I going to move for my second move? This bishop's now blocked. Well, I can capture the knight. And then he has to move the queen again. Right? Unless he wants to take with the stupid pawn. Probably wouldn't. So now it's my turn. He's recaptured the knight with the queen. This space is empty. This rook is looking down this. I think are the rooks at that point seeing each other? The rooks at that point, I think, are seeing each other. From right here and right here. Wait, no, he doesn't have to recapture with the queen. I think at that point, he can recapture with the rook even. So that's an option. If he captures with the queen, these rooks will be looking at each other. If I take his rook, he can recapture with this piece with his queen, this piece. He's got a lot of options. He's got a lot of options to solidify the position at that point. So capturing this knight might help him, actually. I think. He gives him a lot of options of how he wants to do a structure again. One of them is probably good. So taking this knight might actually help him, given that his queen is on this square or this square, though. So what else can I do if I just want to leave the knight here? Just leave the knight here. What's my next attack? It's bishop. What can it do? Oh, it can actually go pin this knight, right? And trade itself off for the knight. What if I just trade it off for the knight? But not like immediately. So I go boom, 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 boom. He goes here. I go here. I just try to kill that knight. He moves, say, here. Then I bring then I capture this knight. At that point, rooks are seeing each other. I've captured the knight, and he has to do something, right? He's got to take. The rooks are seeing each other. He can't take with the rook because the queen's behind it. He's got to take with the queen, but he can't because this is like that. So I think my strategy is like this, this, this. Here's a move I didn't see coming, I guess, is pawn to a6 from Guy Phillips. Don't know if that really... I mean, yeah, this is a nice square for the knight. So, say he wants to move here, maybe. This doesn't do anything about this situation here. Same move up here, right? He captures. I capture. He wants to maybe do this, I guess. I don't know what his plan is, or this over here, maybe. So he goes there, and then my plan was to go like this. Then at that point, he can't take this, right? But I can take that and trade it off. Does this really, I mean, this enables this move. Is this just like a waiting move? Like, what does he think? And then, so I go, I go here. See, he goes here. Too late. Nope, not an option. Gotta take. This was the plan. I think that we're just gonna do it. We'll see what the point of this is. I don't think I'm going to see anything different over here. I mean, this knight has always been able to come over here. The only difference is which way. Does he want me to? I'm not going to take that damn knight. He can take me. Fuck him. Let him take the damn knight. I go here. He's got to take. I go here. He goes here. He wants to take this knight, I guess. I don't know. Then at that point, oh wait. So I go here. He's got to take. I take. I got a knight there. See, he moves here. I don't think you can take with this. Bad idea. He takes, I don't know, this knight. And I take that back. And then he can. I have not yet moved this bishop out, so he can retake. Then I get the rook take. He has not brought his rook over yet. I guess we'll find out, right? Now's the time. Now's the time. If we want to go with this plan. I thought it looked good for me, so we're going to do it. Guy Phillips takes, and I will take. He took with his knight. I'm going to take with my... Actually, wait. So I think this is where he... I thought that he was going to take with the knight. So I'm not quite sure about that. I do have this... No, I don't have this check. No, I don't have that check. But I think the plan was to go here, right? Is this bad for me? Wait, no, hold on. Because now that I don't have this knight to pin, I thought I didn't want to have the rook over here. Maybe I wanted to have the knight here. But he's up. I mean, I gotta take it, right? This is dumb. So yeah. Hey, C5 has arrived. This move that we've been looking at for a while. Now, before we get into B3, which used to be extremely necessary to stop this, I realized that now it doesn't have an immediate threat. If he goes C4, that's fine. I take it. This pawn is still defended by this knight. This rook becomes undefended. It basically, he can attempt to trade it and get his queen on this file. Of course, in the future, I still can always try to, attack that queen. It's not necessarily great for him. It's something. It's an option. So he goes here. I mean, that's a free pawn, right? That's probably good for me. And if this queen does come here, I have this knight under fire and some, mobility in this area. So the difference is that c5 has happened. Now, if he takes, I can move this rook here, or even this knight, or if this way. I have different ways to take it. So the big difference is c5 has happened, and it matters less. It matters less than it used to. Now this is even blocked. I can play b3, but I can do something entirely different too. After this capture happened, I started thinking, like, oh, maybe before I attacked with this pawn, I should have put this knight over here. And if I had done that, and then he did, say he did whatever over here, whatever, I don't care about this. See, it's already there. And then I capture, right? And then I capture with a knight. I have a knight here, and this knight attacks this bishop. Again, it's good for him if I take the bishop, I think. So knight's not doing a whole lot here yet. I mean, it could have possibilities there. But it's not that the knight would have good possibilities if it was on that square. The main issue is this rook can come under fire a little bit more easily. It's a forward piece. If a trade is offered for this knight or this bishop, I mean, this bishop's not on the right color square, but if somehow this knight wanted to trade for it, I'd be like, oh, I can't just take a trade. I got to move that rook out. It's more valuable. The knight could attack it. It would have to route more. Lots of routing moves by this knight. This knight's gone on quite a journey. It would have to go over here to really be able to attack this rook. And if I move the rook back in some regard, I could still double it. This square is still under some control from the rook and the queen. So that's not terribly frightening. I don't see an immediate threat against the rook right now. So that's probably okay. Now that this bishop doesn't have really a knight to fight against anymore. I mean, if the knight came out like this, then that pin's back and I can go there and trade it off for that knight. This queen moving down here, it would be attacking this pawn again. So he could do something like, if he takes that, I should take right away. Then he could quickly get some pressure on that square, right? So if I go here, he might not even, he's probably not, there's no way to back this pawn up right now if it moves here, unless if he jumps this pawn out like that, then maybe I'll bring this guy up, possibly. But he just might want to take here. Me taking is probably good, because if I take, he gets this bishop. This bishop is now doing something. It has an extra square free that it can go to, and it's lined up on my king, which is pretty good. The bishop is defendable with this move, or with a knight and then a rook move, or even a pawn move. That bishop's pretty defendable, right? I'd have to try to attack it some other way, which I could. But yeah, me taking doesn't seem great. I kind of like this pawn here. Well, first of all, if he takes on his next move, say I waste a turn, right? I don't know. I move this pawn back one, right? Say I do that. Totally possible. Say I waste a move. And then he does one of these two moves. Is that an improvement in my position somehow? If he takes this pawn, I can recapture with this pawn. That means, well, actually I can recapture with the knight, so I have 3 different ways to recapture it. So one of those options is probably relatively strong. I kind of like the knight option the most. This guy can come back here, or I don't know. Kind of like the knight option the most. If this moves, then all of a sudden the knight can jump in here. Then I can go here. I don't know if that's a really important square. Might be. If I line up on here at some point, I don't know. That is a dark square. Say he takes, and I take with the rook. What is his best move if I do that? What moves attack the rook immediately? This move right here attacks the rook immediately. I can't take it. I'm not even looking at it in any way, shape, or form. It's on a light square, so that's kind of a cool square for the knight to go to, actually. If the knight ever gets taken, then hey, this rook's open, right? So him taking and me capturing with the rook is kind of nice, because then he gets to develop this knight to a better square, in my opinion, a better square. With tempo on my rook. Let's say he takes and I recapture with the knight. And then he jumps in this way. I can take the knight. He, I believe, must take with this pawn, giving him an isolated pawn as well. This rook becomes active. My rook's over here. It's still poopy. It's not doing anything. I should probably activate this rook relatively soon. However, say go here, right? What can he do? He has to move the queen, I think. Because this move doesn't make sense. Because it makes the square much weaker for the knight, I think. It's weaker for the knight. I have, I have some light square control here on the king. So moving this pawn doesn't make sense if I move my knight, or if I move a bishop here to pin his queen. This move doesn't make sense because I take the queen, so he can't go there right away. He can't block it. Well, wait, no, he can block it with this bishop. Right, so then I go here. These bishops are now seeing each other. If I take like that, he can't take with the queen because the rook is here. So he can't take it. He's got to, that looks relatively great for me, right? Because he can't take with the queen, and then he basically, I get to run away. I get to come back. So that seems like a good move here. So he can't move this pawn. I think that weakens his position too much. Say he does move the pawn. Say he does, whatever. He moves that pawn out. I do have to find somewhere to go. I can't go here. I can't really go there, I don't think. I mean, that square is super controlled by some pawns then. The king would open up. I mean, that'd be a hell of a sacrifice, right? I go here, he moves here, I waste a move. He takes, I guess? Yeah, he would have to take. No, I would say I take. Say I take with the bishop. He could capture this way. That's probably good for him. So yeah, no crazy stupid move there. I would have to. I can't take. That doesn't make any sense. Well, no, I can't. I'd have to go through the pawn. That's not even possible. I could go this direction, and the only way he could take then would be moving here, right? So this pawn would be here. My bishop would be dead. Would be dead-zo. I would in fact have this check here. The king. The only move that could, yeah, no, he can't even make it even if he wanted to sack. It's stupid. So the king would have to move here. I would force the king to move to the right side like that. Putting him on the dark squares. I have a dark square bishop, but there's no easy. No, I don't. The dark square bishop's dead. It's dead, right? So what am I going to do? I got to basically attack him from this square, which is covered, or this square right here, which can pretty much be covered two different ways, if not more. So that tactic doesn't do anything, not at this point in time. So stupid moves by the bishop are not good. I would have to go back this direction, which actually is still covered by this knight. Knight's still having a purpose there. Say he moves here. This bishop is now back here. He has a move. He could jump in, lurch like that. These pawns are still connected. They're blocking out his bishop and his queen at the moment. His king is not safe. I would have a check. Oh wait, hold on. So if I move this bishop out here, he tries to get me. I do have this check. So, but he can just block with the with the rook. That's fine. That even helps him double up in some situations. Because I get his rook, but he gets my queen, right? So that's not a very scary check. But is there anything interesting I can do with the queen from this position? I could move the queen out into one of these heavily occupied squares and die. I could go here. I don't think that accomplishes much. Decentralizes the queen. So the check doesn't make a difference. I still have to go back with the bishop in some capacity. This pawn's out. Basically I can make this pawn come out, assuming he doesn't move the queen to somewhere. We have to look at that too. But assuming the queen moves are off the board, he would have to move the pawn out, and I get to choose any of these other squares to put my bishop on. Do I like any of them? This seems kind of dumb. I can potentially move here, actually, threatening, kind of backing up from this angle right here. I get the bishop here actually is kind of an interesting square, because he still has options on this diagonal, right? And he's also eyeing up this pawn on the left side, backing up this pawn if it wants to make an attack. So this is probably the most interesting square out of all of them for the bishop to go. So he comes out, gets kicked by this pawn, comes back here. The opponent has a move in this case. If he takes, I can take with the bishop, right? That's lined up here. I could very easily make a battery if I wanted to. I don't know if that battery would really accomplish that much. I could also, if the bishop came here, the queen could also go to this square and possibly create some kind of attack on this square right here, which is a nice juicy square for a bishop to be. You know, lines up like that, prevents this guy from coming here unless he moves this pawn first. Even if it takes, I got the queen behind it, so that's kind of nice. Another reason this square is interesting for the bishop. So that's there. This is here. It's his turn. Capturing seems like it's bad for him, right? He can't capture right away. This is under fire right away. This is under fire right away. He can play this move. No, he can't. He can't play this move because this pawn is out, and I can capture the knight for free. So bringing the knight over here is not possible to prevent this attack. He could bring this pawn down like that. It's a pretty simple way, right? So then I capture, he captures, maintaining this pawn thing here. He's got two isolated pawns at that point in time, whereas I have none at that point in time, I think. Things dropped out of my brain for a second. I gotta look at these arrows again. Try to remember what I was doing. So I take. I mean, he doesn't have to retake. He can, but he can't like push, right? If the knight goes here, it doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. I just get like a free pawn and pressure on this bishop even further. So this is all considering he moves this pawn here, which he does not have to do. I think in that case, it's fine. This weakens his knight square, so it's fine. That's great. So this is probably good for me. If he moves this pawn out to kick my bishop, it's good for me. He can't move this out because the queen's hanging. You can go here, but that's not good enough. So if I move the bishop here, that essentially forces a queen move, unless it's worse than any other move. This move, he can't go here, he can't go here. Let's highlight the squares he can go to. He cannot go there. He can't go anywhere on this diagonal. So he can go here. He can go here. And he can go this way. This move here is a little interesting because it, well, not right now because it doesn't, this knight's in the way. This knight's in the way now. So really, I don't think this is the bestest square. Kind of prevents the rook from coming out further. Takes the square away from the rook, actually, if he moves here. Jumbles up his pieces in the corner. So is this a good square for his queen, this bottom move here? Well, no, he can't move there. That's dumb. So it has to be here or here. Or here. Let's look at this, because this is the most likely square to actually be a good square. By moving this, he has connected his two rooks. He can easily move his rook here, in that case. Easily. This queen sees... This queen controls this square. No, not that square. This one here, kind of. Yeah, it does. It does actually. It pins this. It pins the rook to my queen. So this is a strong square for the queen. I can kick it pretty quickly, I think. It can move here. That's valid. And it can move here. Those three squares the queen can go to. So this bishop move could potentially cause the queen to go to one of these three squares, or it gets control over some of these squares because it's moved here. So I go there. The queen moves, say, to down here, controlling the red squares. Don't have an immediate way to... I do have an immediate way to kick the queen if it comes to this square. Actually, two different ways to kick the queen. I can move this pawn up like that. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, I have multiple ways to kick the queen, I think. So if the queen goes to this red square, I can move this knight here. I can move this pawn here. I could move this rook here because it's there's a bishop on this square right here, which is defended by the knight. So everything's defended right there. So I have multiple ways to kick the queen if it comes to that square. No, I don't have this move because this bishop is covering that. So I have two different ways to kick the queen. Both of them seem like they weaken my king side a little bit. Like it forces this pawn to move up. I don't necessarily know if that's good. Say this pawn comes up. Where's the queen go from here? This square is now good too. No, it's not. There's a bishop there. Can't go here. Can't go here. It can't go there. It can go back this way. And it can go back home. So if this pawn's up here, and this bishop is here, the queen could go here. From this square, the queen is controlling this square. No, it's not. There's a bishop. The queen can't go here. It can't go here. It can't go there. It can't go... Can it go here? No, it can't go there. It can not go here, and it cannot... The queen is basically trapped, I think. I think the queen is not trapped because it can stay on this square right in front of the king. It can stay right there on that stupid S square. And then, if it moves to this square up there, I can move this knight here, and then this bishop is no longer defended, so it gets taken. But I could move the queen like this at that point. The queen is stuck, You basically need to make a pawn move just like before to try to get this queen out, I think. I feel like the queen coming over to this side of the board is probably bad, right? So boom, boom. This square is not something to worry about. However, we have this square and this square. This square, no, this square is not available. These two squares, I think, are good. Can I attack the queen from either one of those two squares? Yes, I can attack it from this square here, like that. The queen then has no... The queen has no safe squares to go that way. It would need to go there or back. So it can get back there. Is this square something I can control? I can bring this bishop back, and then the queen has to move back to... It can't go here, here, there. It has to go... The queen has to go to this square here. It's the only square it can go to. He's got a lot of control over this pawn here, right? So I probably don't want to take that pawn. I want to leave it. So the queen kind of gets in front of the pawns, and I still have, I've got some stuff around here able to come help out in different ways. So I go here, right? Say the queen goes here. Do I have any forcing moves after that? Well, I have this that forks the... No, it doesn't. The queen's not there anymore. So it's only attacking... The rook is the only thing it's attacking. I can move here, and he's okay. So anywhere cool I could get this move off here where I push this pawn further. I mean, then it's under the attack of this knight suddenly, and I don't know if that's necessarily good. This guy can come out and harass me, although not right now. I don't know if that's necessary. That's not necessarily good. Like, it gets further away from this pawn that always kind of wants to help it a little bit. And this... Although it does take a square away from... This knight can actually come in here right now. Interestingly. It's not defended, but it can come in there. It might be better if my pawn was up here. Boom, boom, boom. Do I like that? It gets this pawn a little bit further past. It becomes... And it can reinforce this pawn. Keep pushing it. Maybe he wants to get past this pawn right here. He already has well, he doesn't really have a pawn majority on the queen side anymore. And I don't know if advancing this isolated pawn is so smart, especially with the knight. It's just walking right into the knight. This guy, this bishop gets out of the way eventually, comes back here. You can try and route some stuff over in some way. So it might become a long-term liability if I just push this pawn forward, so I don't necessarily like that. I also don't like taking. I mean, taking kind of forces him to take back a little bit, like that. And this queen's over here, queen sees... Oh wait, if I take... Yes, my queen's undefended right now. Let's not lose my queen. So I take, he takes, the queens see each other. Might even force a queen trade. Force me to take that if I don't move off the diagonal. So taking looks bad for me. Pushing looks bad. Taking looks bad. Letting him take me might be preferable. Do I have any other plans to prepare for him taking me like that? Well, it's nice. I mean, this bishop's out of the way of this rook, so that's good. I could... double up like this, create some kind of a battery, like a giant battery, possibly. Though if he takes, then it's... I gotta make sure I can... Well, it's covered by the knight, so it's not really ever an issue. He can push past it, but at least my pawn's further back. Then if I take it here, then yeah, they're connected, so that's great. It's actually okay if I leave my pawn there, but he pushes past it. It's okay as long as I leave my pawn there, I think, because this guy threatens to join back up with his friend, and that's okay. Does this create an immediate threat anywhere? It doesn't threaten this one bit. It doesn't threaten this one bit. And even if I move my queen into this battery, it's like one, he captures. The battery does not threaten. In the current situation, I don't think this battery is very threatening. It might be better for my rook to do some kind of other shenanigans than double up. This rook facilitated a capture. I mean, this rook's purpose is it got out here. Its job was to free up that bishop on the back rank, and that's exactly what it did. So my best move, actually, might be just to get this rook somewhere else. Just to get it somewhere else. I mean, he could push this. That's a forcing move, right? That is a forcing move at some point. I can't move this forward. I can't move it here. It seems like it's weaker over here in front of the pawn, so these squares seem bad to me. I would have to go back anyway. In this case. The problem is I like that it defends this pawn. I like that the rook defends that pawn, but the queen, the horse is there. It's doing the horse and the queen are working together. I don't know if this pawn's in any immediate danger. The knight was here. The bishop was here. It could get kicked, but who cares? It can come back to a nice square right there. And if the bishop's there, then this rook might be best if it's back here on this rank or back here on this rank. Kind of like this rank right here. I kind of like this rank right here, like that. So what about bishop out, forces some kind of move? I think that's probably the only good move. I mean, I can look at this and see if he can jankily try to push this lane, but I mean, what's he really attacking? That the bishop's not even there. There's rooks covering here. I can move this bishop back. This rook could still come here and be covered by the bishop that's right here on this square. So I think the plan here is going to be bishop out to this square. He does something like that maybe. And then I move this rook back to that square right there. It's fulfilled his duty of opening up the bishop. Let's get the bishop out somewhere where it matters. So boom, boom. This comes back. Then he decides to capture, right? I don't know if I believe in this. See, he captures. I do want to capture back. I can capture back right there, and the knight is protecting the rook right there, right? They're all protected still. The only difference is now this square is no longer that great for the bishop. No, it still is. The square still, no, it's not. The knight's moved. I don't know if I want the bishop on the square anyway. The bishop can come back and do something better with its life, which I'm fine with. Then it's protecting the knight that's on this square. Seems okay to me. So we got boom, 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 boom. I take. What's his best move? What's changed? These two squares are no longer pressured. He gets to move his bishop here. He moves his bishop there, and this queen is basically pinning. This queen is pinning the knight to my queen in that situation. He's got a lot of pressure right here. The knight is pinned. So take, I take, and then he takes, and he's won my queen in that case. So him taking this pawn is pretty good. I don't know if I have time to make a rook running move like that. I don't know if I have time to do that. So what I might need to do, if I go here, he goes here, and then I take. If he takes, again, he's looking down the line at my king, which is okay. For him, right? He recaptures. I can get his queen, but it's just a queen trade, and it develops a piece for him. So that's good for him. The sequence of moves. Take, and then I would need to basically move my queen somewhere else. Don't take his queen. Do something else with my queen that's useful. I'm attacking the bishop if I move to this square. Attacking the bishop. He can defend it quickly with this move, which again I think is a move that he would like to make, which improves his position. So that's probably good for him if I move my queen here. I don't believe in anything my queen can do. That's too threatening at the moment. I mean, there is some stuff, I think. Say I go here, he goes down, he takes, and I take, he takes, my queen's under attack. I thought maybe I could like move the knight in and the queen, but I mean this is double. There's no attack that threatens checkmate or anything. Everything's not coordinating right. So that doesn't help me. The fact that this knight's here. I cannot take this. I also should not leave it. I also cannot easily defend it. He takes, I take, he threatens, something like that. There's a lot of stuff he can do. Well, no, he can't do that right then because my knight's here. He threatens this way. Threatens my rook. Looks at my king kind of through the rook a little bit. He's got a lot of connected pieces back here. Meanwhile, my pieces are very disconnected. Very disconnected. Extremely disconnected. What does this change? I go here, he goes here. What if I move the rook to this space right here? Then, we saw that taking was good for him before, but what about now? Bang, bang, bang. He takes. I take with what? With this rook, and I'm staring down this line. He goes here, threatening my queen and my rook kind of at the same time. I take, and he takes. So I don't know if this rook is really helping out that much to move here right now. What about this? This, and then I just come back. Basically, is this a worse square for his queen or a better one? His queen's blocked this direction. It's not blocked this direction. His queen can't go to this square or this square or this square. But if it was on this, and it can go to this square which blocks it, blocks that, but I don't know if he wants to move that anyway. So he has the option of going to this square right here, or this square, No, he can't go to this. It's blocked. He has the option of going to that square or this one, basically. Whereas if he was here, he has the option of going to this square, this square. I mean, he could go there. He could go there. He could go here. So I think this is a better square for the queen than this right here, because it connects his rooks. So actually, I think that this is probably not a good move, despite how forcing it is. Despite the fact that pushing the pawn to defend it is actually a good move for me. I think a better move might be here, just directly there. Reinforces this pawn. If he takes, I take with my bishop. I have no isolated pawns. Right? Neither of us do. Pawns are actually symmetrical in that situation. He takes, I can really recapture with... I don't want to recapture with anything valuable, because this bishop becomes very powerful, I think. So I do want to recapture with either the bishop or the knight. If I recapture with the knight, the bishop is not defending anything except... Well, the bishop is defending the knight. Whereas I recapture with the bishop is eyeing that square right there, which is kind of cool. You know, this rook's already on that file. This somehow was good for me. I don't know if it's good for me still in this situation. Maybe not. Kind of blocks the queen in more, right? Adds another blocker to this dark square bishop. Controls this square a little bit more. Takes. Man, I got too many ways to take. I have too many ways to take that. And one of them's probably good, right? One of them's probably good. It's probably taking with the knight or the bishop. So it's probably only two ways to take that. If I take with the bishop, this guy has 1, 2, 3 squares, 4, 5, 6. If I take with the knight, he has 1, 2, 3, 4 squares, most of which are covered by pawns. So I think taking with the bishop would be better. Would be much better. So I would take with the bishop. I go here, he goes here, I take with the bishop, I'm in good shape. I go here, he goes here, I get a free pawn. That's fine. Who cares? He can't do that. He's got to do something else. Say he wants to go here, but he has to somehow defend this pawn again. He could potentially go here, like that, right? Then he could push the turn after. Although, if he goes down here, then I could take, and then he would take. Well, no, if he goes here, I'd have this, I have a bishop here, right? So he goes down, I take, he can't take, I got a bishop there, dude. It's taken, then I move up here. Who's got connect 3? That's good for me, right? So him attempting to break here works in my favor, because this move is bad for him. So that's out. This knight, can it move there right now? I mean, it can actually go there right now. I take and basically get a free pawn. No, I don't. I get a pawn. He gets a pawn. I get a bishop. He gets a bishop. Fucking forking my knight and queen. Dang. Boom. Boom. I cannot let him take it. I cannot let him take right there, I think. No, yeah, like, wait. Boom. Boom. Here is terrible. That move becomes terrible. Say waste a move, then he just takes me and has reinforcements. A lot of reinforcements, actually. So boom. Oh, so here's another thing I realized. So this attack here, we decided that I believe we decided that pushing these pawns is not a great option. I don't think. I forget why this was not a good option. Oh, because it loses the queen. That's why that's not a good option. All right. So going here, we decided that this pawn push was not good. He had to move the queen, and the options that made sense were this primarily. Maybe these moves. I didn't look at these left-hand moves C and B, but I realized something with this move to queen to D7, and that is that after this bishop comes here and kicks the queen out, I have this attack on the queen with the knight. This is something I didn't look at yet, I don't think. So this queen has to move somewhere, right? It can't stay there. Danger levels. Well, obviously there's taking, right? You can take me. So let's see where taking us gets us. You get my knight. I can take two different ways. One way is with the pawn. And then you take the pawn. So you get a knight. No. You get a knight. I get a bishop. And then you get my queen. So that doesn't work, right? So if he takes, if I force him, say he moves here, I jump in to attack the queen, and he takes. Taking with the pawn probably is not an option. I can recapture with the rook, in which case he gets a knight, I get a bishop. Then he can get a pawn, and I can't recapture the pawn, right? I can't recapture the pawn. But I feel like something funny happened. There's a reason that I thought there was some reason that he couldn't do this. He wins a pawn. I have a bishop on this square. No, wait. I think wait, no, it's not that square. This square here. This square there. A little bit off. Okay. Gets a pawn. Then I can come. So if he gets a pawn, I can come in like this. And it's attacking the rook here. It's not attacking the queen. The rook can come out any distance it wants to, right? So that's okay. I go here. He goes here. I go. Oh wait, no, he can't. He can't take the. He's gotta. Yeah, he's gotta capture. Say he captures with that. Maybe I thought I had like a knight here when I had already moved the knight. Maybe that's why I thought this was a good idea. Oh, I see why he... No, because I can recapture with that, and then he gets the queen. So I can't capture that way. Capture here. Then he can take this pawn and capture that. And I cannot recapture it. So maybe that queen check does not work. Some other moves I didn't look at. Not that. Right here. Let's look at this move here. So this move, if he does nothing, it's king, they play slappies or something, and I take, he can take back. I think that probably strengthens his side. Again, when this queen recaptures from this bishop, I think that's strong for him. The knights, I mean the rooks see each other, you know. He's got a lot of power there. So this does not, he's just like, oh yeah, please, please come and take me. That would be great. Great if you did that. By the way, what if I move here and you just like, yeah, take, he gets a pawn, I get a pawn. I kind of like that. Kind of like if he takes. If I take now, I take. He takes. I'm basically just my queen's hanging. I can take his queen, but then he gets a rook developed, so that's bad. If I take. I feel like I looked at what happens if I push. I vaguely remember that's not good for me. Looking at this move here, what that does is it prevents my rook from ever escaping, but it does free up this rook to do something. But I could use it quickly, I guess. Go here, because then if he does nothing and I take, he takes, I gotta attack that, he takes back, and I win the bishop. So in that case, he does get a rook developed, but I also win a bishop in that case. So I go up, I think, 2 points of material. So this is fine, I think. If I go here and then I attack, I think that's okay for me. If I go here and he attacks me, what then? Takes. I have many options for where I take. So going here prompts an attack, right? Excuse me. So what if I go here, right? And then he brings his knight to right there. In that case, I take. And then he takes. And then I take. And I've won a knight. And then he... Wait. No. I go here. Say he goes there. Say this guy comes here. I take. He takes. I take. He takes, and I'm forked. Right? So this attack, if I go here and then I attack, this is probably bad for me. Not enough. Not enough crap going on. We have this move here. That might prompt something. What if he pushes in this situation? If he pushes here, well, I get a pawn, right? It seems to be a clean pawn. I don't think the queen can come under fire immediately from any direction, really. Well, actually it can. This can happen, right? That can happen. If that happens, do I have anywhere else I can go? So, I mean, at this point, I'm a pawn up. I'm getting kicked. I don't believe him going forward probably from that position. It doesn't look... I don't see any prospects I'd need to make a backwards move. I can move here. Here. Those two moves work, I think. I can move back here, here, or here. don't think here makes a lot of sense. I don't think here makes a lot of sense. So I kind of have two queen moves that are possible. It's kind of cool on the square right here. All right, let's start over. Let's look at something else here too. So I think that capturing this was relatively good for them. Say I do nothing, they capture, right? And I just leave it there. What's the worst that can happen if I just leave it there? Well, he's up a pawn. That's bad, right? This is always, that's a safe square to jump to. It's not really defended, but whatever. He can jump here. He's always wanted to jump there. That's kind of a nice square. It also defends this, right? Say he like captures and jumps here. What else is going on? This is a good square for another reason. But let's say I do this. Like I jump this knight here, right? Bam. What is this knight immediately threatening that's not defended? This is a weak square here. It's only defended by the king. If I jumped in, the king would capture. I could have like a discovered check like that. So that's kind of crazy. So say I jump here. He tries to kick the knight. Then all of a sudden I go like, bam. He can take the knight. Or he can like, because, you know, if he doesn't, say this rook's not here. Say the rook's out of the way. Rook's gone. And this knight is here. This, I think, is checkmate. Right? He can't take the knight because the bishop's guarding it. So if I go here, and he tries to kick me, what if I unleash this bombshell? If he takes the rook that I just moved up, then checkmate, right? So he can't take that rook. He cannot kick me. He cannot kick me. What he can do is, what if I jump here, and he goes g6, not h6, g6. I can take that, but it's covered basically. This is blocked. That is blocked. Blockoed. That is blockoed. Got another move actually. What about rook straight here, like that? Say move the rook. Oh, hold on. Say move the rook here. He does some wasteful move, right? This is checkmate. Again, that's prevented by this. But say rook here, this here, knight here. Although this is not threatening checkmate, it's like kind of a threat against a pawn and an attack on this, which is not really too scary. It's really just the pawn I'm trying to win. So I go here. He's got to do something, right? Got to do something. This doesn't work. This does work. Is there anything else you can do besides this that stops the threat? No. 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 No, no. Well, that, but I take it. Doesn't change anything. He still has to do something. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. This doesn't. No, because if I go here, he can't take because it's guarded by the knight. Say he moves here, right? I can actually, I can jump in like that. But then the knight is not guarded, so that doesn't work. Some cool stuff over here. I just don't know if any of it's really that threatening immediately. It's kind of like going all in and hoping you misses something, which you definitely won't. But I just want to make sure. I jump in. Say he just goes here. I jump in, he goes there. He's threatening my knight is hanging. So I've got to do something with the knight right now. I could go here. Then he goes here. Captures the knight. I'm down a knight. And then I attack. And then he captures with his knight. So I don't think there's a checkmate threat. Not right now. I think I still have to play positionally. Or some other tactic besides checkmate at this time. If I remove one more piece, if I get this knight away from this square, I can control this square by putting this knight here. Then I control this square. And then I can take it and then maybe do some weird attack. What if I did this? What if I went here? He takes. I jump here and I get taken. Right? That's great. Fantastic. I jump here to try to cover this position. If he wants to kick me, I can jump here, threatening the queen. Take, but yeah, it's covered, right? There's nothing there. The kick looks good, right? Jump here, kicks me. Just nothing. I need more pieces in front of this rook to do anything. This rook is too far forward. It should already be like back here. Its job was to free up this bishop, but now it seems like it's overextended a little bit, especially with these two pieces. Maybe one of these pieces being out in the open by itself would be okay, but the fact that both of them are there makes this just such a kind of a liability. It's a strong square. It wants me to take this square so he can get there. It's unfortunately, I need to remember better what I'm ruling out here. It's a big problem. But that, I think we can rule out that knight move for now. If I go, say I go like back to this rank. He takes. I can take with the queen if I want to. It doesn't seem good to me. I'm not sure I believe in that. I might. I mean, I could take with the queen, right? My queen's like really exposed in the center now, right? It can get attacked with tempo. So that's probably no good. That doesn't look good. I can retake with the knight right away. That guards the square. It's behind the queen. A pawn cannot, at that point, come up and harass it. Right? It's controlling these squares, which is good. They're kind of, you know, relatively well-defended squares, except for this one. But, you know, if these pawns move, then they become easier targets. So I kind of like that. Rook back here. If he captures, knight here. He can move a knight here. And then say I like do this. I don't know why I would do that, but hey. And then he gets a knight. I no longer have this rook here. He gets a knight. I get a knight. How do I get it? Wait, who captured it? Eyes are going fuzzy. Might need another break. All right, I looked at some other lines, but this might be the one I end up going for now. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go give this check to the queen. I believe that the only good move for white or for black in this case is to move the queen here. And I think that is actually a better square for the queen. But despite it being a better square for the queen, it also frees this rook a bit. So that's the compensation I get for having his queen move to a better square. So that's okay. Next thing I was looking at was, after that, to actually move b3. The point of b3 is if recaptures happen that involve this rook, that this basically what was the point of b3? There was some point of it. There was a point to that. What the hell was the point of it? In this position, if he takes and I take, and he goes here to try to pin this knight, I can what was I thinking? If there's one thing I know, it's that this knight needs to stay here as long as this bishop is present here. The reason is if some trades happen here, I need to be able to capture with the queen. I must be able to not capture the queen, but I must be able to capture with the knight. The reason for that is if I don't capture for the knight, there are situations where this rook is here and gets under some serious attacks. So if the bishop wanders away from any square that can really attack this square, then maybe I can move this knight. But I can't move it in this situation. I must recapture with the knight at some point if this gets taken. That's the one thing I know. I think this might be my one chance to capture this piece here. I think if I go here, attacking the queen, I believe the only move for black in this situation is queen to d7. The only move that in some way gets an improvement in their position. Then I capture, right? The only way... So I'm up a pawn. I'm up a pawn at that point in time. The only way he can capture it right now is using this bishop. This is his one and only chance to, and he has to move the bishop because otherwise it's under attack, right? Where else is it going to go? I mean, it can. I guess it can technically. No, it can't go. Yeah, it can technically go here because I cannot take it. Well, this pawn's already gone, right? So this pawn captures. This guy's going over here. Queens are now staring at each other. I take the queen. He takes me with one of these two moves. But I'm up a pawn, right? I'm up a pawn. I've won a pawn in that situation. So that's okay. That's okay. So it's gonna suck if this turns out to be a bad move. or if he doesn't go here and something else is actually good. But I did my best. Hey man, this is top. This is 150% Rob. So I take. This is his time to take. I think he has to take unless he wants to lose a pawn. Then, very, very critical, I must block with the knight. It is the only move that does not blunder, I think. In that case, I block with the knight. What is his move from there? His queen has a good number of squares. From that point in time, how many squares did the queen see on my side? He sees 1, 2, 3, 4 squares the queen sees. This bishop sees 1, 2, 3. So that's a total of 7, right? And in that case, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 squares. I see a lot of squares. So it seems to be a good transformation for me, by appearances. The knight now also can see this, can also double attack this square using the rook. This guy's gone, you know, he's wandered over here, so this rook is free to come out and do stuff. So I think he has to take this pawn. I block. And what's his best move? I think once I find the best move for him, I'll be done analyzing this position, I think. His queen has what squares to go to? These squares are occupied. I'll highlight in red the squares the queen is legally allowed to move to. I mean, there. This is just legal moves. I mean, legal moves that don't instantly lose the queen. There. Wait, in this case, I mean, this is X-raying the queen, so that might not be a good move. I feel like that's very strong for me. So this feels dubious. I might be happy if the queen's there, but it's legal. That loses the queen. This might be a legal move. I don't see... No, it's not. It loses the queen to the knight. She's really got, like, nowhere to go. So a queen move isn't good for the opponent, really, at that point in time. Probably bringing a rook. Maybe trying to dislodge my rook here. In that situation, say he brings a rook to this file. That's probably the best move. So now the rooks are seeing each other. If I take, then he takes back and has control over this file. So it's probably good, and I don't know if he has, what other things does he have around the area? He has, yeah, in that case I think there's a double attack coming here, because then the queen's looking at this, and the rook's looking at this. And this guy's kind of like overloaded. So if he moves here, it might force me to move right here. And then after that, his best move might be to go here, preparing this. Right? So let's say this happens. Let's extend this a little bit. What am I going to do? What should I do? In this, actually, I think in this time, what if I did capture the rooks? I capture, right? He's moved the rook twice, and then I captured it. And then he can't take with the queen, so he must take with this bishop again. I capture. I recapture with the bishop. Bishop is now not threatening anything, really. Doesn't really have anything in its sights. Because the pawn's gone, the bishop's gone. No, the bishop's there. Bishop's here. Yeah, bishop's here, but it doesn't really have anything in its sights. The queen is staring down at this knight. And the queen is not being defended by another piece. So what if I decide to go like basically unpin this knight from my queen somehow possibly by getting the queen out of danger. So his bishop's gone up here, right, to recapture my rook after I captured his rook. Things are dropping from my brain. I'm losing it. Rook's up here. No, bishop's there. Black bishop is there. Knight is pinned to the queen because this queen's looking at it. I can't defend my queen. The only move that defends my queen without moving the queen itself is rook back behind the queen, which seems backwards. Queen should be behind the rook, right? Or was that wrong? Why is the rook just defending the queen? It seems like not a good use of the rook. I don't like that. I do not like that. The best move is probably to move the queen somewhere. Now, before I move the queen, I don't think there's anything here. I think that's just an open square at this point in time. No, the horse is here. The horse is here. The horse is also not defended by anything, right? The horse is not defended by anything. So maybe I could move the rook out and then move the queen, and then the rook is defending. So do I want the rook defending the knight? Like what are these three pieces doing in a line? They're not coordinating very well. So again, I think moving the rook back, even if the plan is to move the queen somewhere, well, there are exceptions to rules. So let's consider, what about this move here? I don't know if that's good. I mean, it's on a file that can be attacked by a rook. What about this move here? It's defended by the pawn, right? So my pieces are free to move. This rook can come out. If the queen needs to escape, it can go back here. It can go back here. It can move here. So it's somewhat of a flexible move. It can immediately be attacked by this knight. This knight, if it jumped in here, is attacking my queen right away. I have to move it again. So that's not ideal. Unless I have a good square to move the queen to. At that point, the queen can move. These forward moves are just weird, especially on dark squares. Queen can also move this way, right? This way's free. So why don't I just move it? What about like here? Maybe that is good. Except for the fact that it can potentially get attacked by a bishop with the right kind of defense. It's hard to move the queen to a square where it's not just going to fuck you up. Thing is, how do I the main problem is how do I solve this problem with the knight being pinned to the queen? Maybe the best move, even though it breaks a bunch of rolls and it looks ugly, is this rook thing, because at least it gets the rook behind this piece here. There's only one rook on the board, so I have to make sure the queen and the rook are collaborating somehow. I can move the queen to here or to here. Man, I really want to figure this out. I feel like I just want to do the plan and figure it out later, but like I know where the position's going to end up ideally if I've gotten everything right. So I really should figure out what the best plan is after this for my stupid knight that's pinned to my queen. I've won a pawn, but my knight's pinned to my queen. Is that even worth a pawn? Is that just like a gambit for his side that's going to win him the game? Okay. I think my best option, if all that happens, even though it looks janky, is going to be rook to d1. Because then I can... There's some way to get the queen out. I don't know how, but the queen will be able to defend the rook. The rook will be able to defend the pawn. And I think that's going to be okay. Or no, not the pawn. The knight's going to be there. So yeah, let's do this. That's the plan, right? That was the plan? Something like... It was this. This is the first thing. Boop. Oh wait, hold on. Boop. Boop. And capture. That's the plan. That is the plan. All right. I think this is very good. We have queen to d7. So we're going to go forward this plan, I think. Makes sense, right? I take this. He cannot take back that pawn, because then I get his queen. Right? So I think I get this pawn right here. Right? So now he has to move the bishop. If he moves it here, I get his queen. If he moves it here, I get his queen. I don't care if it goes there or here. It just can't move, right? Well, he could just leave his bishop there and let me move this piece in, right? So I think I've won the bishop. That was the plan, right? Let's do it. Okay, we're back. Now, whoever is watching this video, and probably just myself, I'd like to ask you to stop and try to spot the best move for black. Something I overlooked. Guy Phillips has moved knight to g2 check. Yep, that's right. I just lost my queen. I'm pretty disappointed. This is a way I have definitely lost several games already. Missing moves that check the king, basically. Especially bishops, and especially, coming across the corner this way. In this video I was looking at a lot of different principles, and one that I knew very well, but I forgot to incorporate, was the principles of checks, captures, attacks. At every step along the way, especially in a daily, you should be diligently looking at every single capture and every single check that's possible, even ones that look impossible. Every single possible check and every single capture, at a minimum, those two things you should be looking at, in addition to all the other principles. I'll probably end the video here. I'm down 6 points of material versus someone that's rated 550 points higher than me, and in probably a superior position for them now. I'll take this. He's taken my queen at this point. I was just trying to identify the best move in this position, unless I can really win something fast here. It's really just an exercise in what move delays the game the longest. There's a couple spots I could go that's interesting. Like I go here, then the queen can't go directly back. But the queen has ways out. There's other weaknesses around the board too, like this. But I think that the queen will be able to make it back to defend the positions and consolidate things. So it's a very interesting game. This is the first time I've ever done an exercise like this. And yeah, I think that in the future, hopefully, this will help me remember to always look at that principle. All right, this has been fun. GG, Guy Phillips.